Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome. It's Foxhole Fridays, and I'm happy to see all of your faces. I actually can't see your faces, but when I say that, I mean that in a way that only people who are
Trooper,
not
no,
super
don't
young.
lie to these. Don't lie to these people. You can see each and every one of them, staring all of the time.
They're into their souls, I assume. This is not
probably
visual only.
Yeah. Actually, there was a TV show that was local to the Bay Area in the 70s called. I don't remember now. It was like a kid show, and it was in the Bay Area. It might have hit. They might have had a version. Romper Room is what it was called, and it was for like smaller kids. But there was the woman, Miss So and So. I can't remember her actual name. Miss Nancy. That was her name. Miss. Yes. Greg knows. Yeah. And she had at the end, she would have this mirror that did not actually have anything in it. So it was just a frame. And she'd look through it and she goes, and she'd look at the camera through this mirror frame and she'd say, and I can see you, Greg. Oh, and I see you, Ari. Oh, and Lindy, I see you. And of course, if she said your name, you're like, oh, I can see me. It was very exciting.
I bet you never saw me.
What if she did? That's all I'm saying.
Well, if Cord and I were alive, that long ago for her to be able to see us.
So, as we start the game, Lindy's character is dead, and we know.
Fair.
No, okay. So, welcome. Thank you. Thanks for being here. It is lovely to have you. This is our second episode of season 4, which I'm lovingly calling Assis, although I may change the name of that title depending on what happens.
Season 4.
Season 4. Thank you for being here. If you want to help us out, you can retweet or Bluesky eat our things. You can let people know. I know. Reskied, you can come, you can hang. No, I'm not, language because of. So anyway, you can let people know that we're here. You can. It's not my fault they chose to name it what they named it. Anyhow, Ari, your hair's looking great. I love that. The wig is looking excellent.
Thank you. I combed it.
Oh, I should try that one day. Yeah.
Secret.
Greg, you're muted. I have no idea what you just said, but I assume it was the best level of either sass or snark.
Yes.
Now he's just messing with us. So you can let people know. Thank you very much. You can chat in the chat if you can give tips and bits. If you do, I will read out those tips and bits messages at the end. You can join our Patreon, which is over at Academic Foxhole on Patreon. We have a special tier, a special sponsorship tier, where if you are one of our sponsors, which is $200, which will pay for 4 people on a cast for 1 week, you get a special ad and a special shout out. For example, Will and TW, who is our sponsor, giving you a shout out and also a special spot in our credits. You can also, if you're watching us on YouTube, leave comments. You can like and subscribe and leave comments. And if you leave a comment, it's entirely possible that I might read it out because oftentimes those comments amuse me greatly. And also I like to share them with the players. So we have one. I know, Lindy totally okay boomers me, which is such a travesty since I am Gen X, thank you, but nobody knows we exist. But Steve...
Okay, boomer. I just ask if you were alive at certain points in history.
Were you alive in the 1990s? Anyway, so I actually was alive in the 1990s.
Hang on. Let's all calm down, all right?
Whoa. So are we all pre-Google here? Is that what I'm hearing?
What?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yes,
all of us
are. We are pre-Google.
So Stephen Dwyer, who's one of our
we're
regular commenters.
Some of us are pre-internet. I'm just gonna...
I'm actually pre-electricity. I have to tell
you. Anyway.
I thought so.
So I just have to ask questions. Yeah.
I'm just asking you a question. So Stephen Dwyer gave us a comment on the last episode, and I just want to read it out. It's in the form of a list. Stephen says, okay, a few things. Number 1, severance. That's not the whole comment. There's more.
Okay.
Severus.
All right. Thought that was it.
I literally lolled at Lazy Eye Larry. Best line, maybe of the series thus far.
Okay. It was his first episode.
2.
Yeah.
You have 10 suits of powered combat armor. 3. You have 10 fracking suits of fracking powered combat armor. Ah!
Did we need
4.
it?
10.
That's pretty good.
5. Ari, brilliant bit of flying. 6. The Harlock, surrender or die. Bang! Die and surrender? Whatever. 7. Quint, slash, surrender. 8. Dr. Val, the pirate's on fire. 9. Wesley singing backup. We don't need no water, let the mother fracker burn. 10. Take the entire damaged ship, send it to Drinax as a prize. I will note, ships are really hard to steal because, like, so much of that ship has got a lot of traced and marked components. You tend to need to go to a really good pirate haven and spend a huge amount of money to get them to deal with all the security components. They're, like, tied into the engine, the warp drive, etc. Ripping things out's a little bit easier. You can still steal ships. It's just really hard to launder them. And then 11. I wish I had the time and talent to play with this incredible cast on the ship of the Misfit crew. Light a candle for your pirate, or was that light a pirate for your candle? I think we're going to find out today, actually. Yeah. So, all of my good friends, we are going to start episode 2, but you know, I always like to have a bit of a, what's the word? Friendly chat, provocation, trolling with my players before we start. Some friendliness.
There you
I
go.
think that's,
You found the word. You found the word.
There it is.
I might have. Yeah, it's true. But today I'm gonna just do a little bit of things. We're gonna do Ari last for reasons, and I know what those reasons are.
I don't.
Well, I'm gonna tell you when
I
we
don't
get there.
either.
Yeah, but you know.
I literally
So-
don't, though.
I don't.
Mm,
Same.
I'm gonna pull up a map on our Roll20 for everybody to see, but we have a much. It's not gonna be as good as what I can do. But so way back in the day, about 18,000 years ago, when I was couple, I was like middle aged at the time. There was a season, an opening session where we all got to learn about the various characters and their backstories. Right now, I'm setting up a thing so you can see it later. And then I had a whole private set of conversations with Lindy all about Lindy's backstory, because these things are, I find, quite important. And as a GM, I find the backstory is an important thing. If a player tells me something about their backstory, then that's true. And then I remember that. And then that might have implications for later. And so I want to go over just a couple of backstory things, and space is what I want to talk about today, because I'm just, interested. I have some questions. So I think we're going to start easy peasy with Lindy. Lindy, how are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm great. So if you might say who you are, who you're playing, and then after you do that, I'm going to ask you a map-based question.
Oh, a
We're gonna have
map-based question.
A map-based
Oh.
conversation. Yes. But I actually
Okay.
need a pen. I can still hear you.
Quiz.
Tell-
Okay. Hi, I'm Lindy. Laugh, love, Lindy. I like to Lindy hop and laugh and love. And tonight I will be playing Quint Vesper, the former Solomoni spy and Cirque du Solomoni performer, who when they met her They were pretending to be a member of the Imperial Navy, a scout specifically, and I got to chop some people up last week, and that was great
Lovely.
for me.
So this is episode. Well, maybe not so great for them. Good
Yeah.
for you. Yep. And
I,
might even
Lindy,
share
enjoyed it.
some lore for you in addition. Because why? Because I care. So
You do care.
we have talked about your character extensively.
We have very extensively.
Backstory. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm getting my my little stream pedal, so that I can press a button with my foot. So that's really subtle. You don't know I'm pressing a button with my foot, but then I just
super
did.
subtle.
So it became way less subtle. So where are you from?
I can be settled too.
Not you, Lindy, but your character.
Oh, okay. Quint is from Solomani Space, from home, specifically.
Home. So I've got the map up, so that all of y'all should be able to see it. The audience, I mean. Right now, right about in the center of the map screen that you can see, if you can see a little planet with a little yellow ring around it, that's Noricum, which was the old seat of the Sindalian Empire. And right next to that is Thebes. If you're going spinward or west, right? That's Thebes where they were, and then right next to Thebes is number 1, and they're heading over to Assis, which is a little bit further that way, and that is, if I'm going to, that's in the Sindal subsector of the Trojan Reaches, right there. It's very exciting. That is nowhere near where Quint came from, however. Quint
had quite a journey to get up there.
Yes.
So far from home, literally and figuratively
So
speaking.
Far. By the way, all that yellow is the Aslan.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, oh look. Oh, so I'm scrolling out. By the way, it's a very, 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 very far journey to get. All that red is the Third Imperium. Down here, not the yellow, which is the Aslan Hierate, or the big red, which is the Imperium, but this sort of orange here is the Solomani Confederation, where Quint came from. Quint, I believe, home is probably around...
It's pretty much smack dab in the middle.
Yeah, smack dab in the middle. It's like somewhere right around here. And Quint traveled from right around here all the way through space. I believe... You traveled through Imperial space, right? You went that route? I believe.
I went through Aslan space, I think we said, initially just to get fast through the Imperial spaces. And then I joined as a scout, where Aslan and Imperial space are the closest.
Yeah.
Because I had the Aslan contact. Yeah.
Yeah. So our Quint
And I didn't want,
way down
because I'd be
here.
way more sus if I came from straight from Solomani space, so I came from Aslan space. Yeah. It was all for the cover.
Traveled up through Aslan space, and then made their way over, got into, and there are reasons why I'm pointing out all this map stuff. We'll get there.
Yeah.
Made their way up to the Imperial area, right around here in Deneb. Spinward marches, this area, it took about 2 years to travel from Solomani space all the way up to where, in fairly fast ships. It took about 2 whole years to get up there because travel is slow. Travel is slow. Space is huge. Made it up in here, became a scout. The last time there was a massive, and here's my bit of information for you, Lindy. The last time that there was a major sort of Imperial scouting of all of the spaces that much as they could get was 1065. We are currently in 1105, so it was about 50 years ago, and they send scouts out, and you were remembering that there was an awful lot of scouting activity in the Trojan Reaches, which
weird because it's not Imperial space, but okay.
Okay, I mean they want to survey everything because that's important, but
yep, that's what they said. It was a little sus, but that's what they said.
That's what they said. And so one of the things to foreshadow where we're going is that when somebody tells me, well, this is where my character's been and what they've done, I just note it. And so if we ever get into a moment where I think you'd know that information or that would be relevant, I just mention those things, right? Because and I might
Yeah.
even ask you a question or two. But
Mhm.
we'll just sort of note that our Quint has been the one
Yeah.
who's traveled the farthest. It took 2 years to get up here into the
Yeah.
space.
And then I've been scouting for 2 years in
Yeah.
this area as well. Spending about a week in each place.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
sometimes a little longer, depending on whether or
Yep.
not it's a bit more. If it's
Mhm.
like if it looks different than it had been before, then you have to spend a little bit longer, sort of sending out probes. If it's sort of more or less the same, you keep it and write those reports, all that goodness. So that's very nice. So
Lots of
our
reports.
yeah. Now you've not been to every planet in this area, but you've been around, seeing what's up.
Mhm.
Just gonna note that. Let me ask you. Having spent most of your life in Solomani space and then traveling through this imperial space, a little bit of time in Aslan
Mhm.
space, let me ask, how do you feel about the sort of the conquering of Earth, the Solomani Terra of the
Oh,
Solomani homeworld,
those
that war
dirty,
that happened?
dirty Imperials. I hate that. The
Yeah,
worst. Yeah.
yeah. So the
Give Terra
Reaches,
back. Free Terra.
I wanted to ask you about some rumors and gossip.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I always collect a bit of that when I'm at ports. Because I'm
Well,
a spy. Well, was a spy. Old
yeah,
habits die hard.
you grew up way outside of the Reaches, and the Reaches themselves are not particularly. I mean, there's no big, huge. Nobody lives there. I mean, it's just sort of barbarians who are running around robbing each other, is what they say.
That's what they
The,
said.
yeah, the rumor is that it's basically a kind of a dead zone full of pirates that just rob you all the time.
That's what they
Sort of-
say.
That's what they say. So I suppose, and of course, I mean, maybe 1,000 years ago. The point is that the rumor, of course, is this place is all madness, all wild. It's like the Wild West full of pirates.
Mm-hmm.
How did Quint feel seeing the Trojan Reaches for themselves versus the sort of the stories about them?
Oh, definitely a bit of culture shock. A little bit. Gotta play it cool, but a little bit of culture shock. Partially because it's more similar but also different to Solomani space than some
Yeah.
might expect, because Solomani is dealing with the Aslan on one side
Yeah,
and the Imperials on the other, which is kind of the same for the Trojan Reaches, actually. The biggest threat to the Trojan Reaches isn't pirates, it's the Imperium and the Aslan. So, in that way, it was very similar. The politics were very similar. A little less um a little more varied, a little less consistent control, but because it'd be like if someone split up Solomani space, like if the Imperials were to suddenly retract from Terra and such. I imagine a lot of those smaller planets would be kind of where the Reaches are, and we're like, what do we do? This is new. Levels of governance would be different. So, a little bit of culture shock, but also a little bit of familiarity, actually.
Yeah. Speaking of similarity, you know what's kind of fun? The
Mhm.
other rumor and gossip that you certainly would have heard as Solomani.
Oh, yes.
I don't know if other people would have, depending on where they're from, but the Reaches were pretty empty for a really long time. There wasn't.
Yeah.
There are certain kind of gaps to get there. It's a little bit awkward, and the people who really settled the Reaches were the Solomani.
Mhm.
But I'm talking a couple millennia ago. Quite some time ago. That because you still had the Imperium. It wasn't called the Imperium at the time. The Vellani Empire. And it was, but they weren't really interested in that space, and the Solomani went off, and a lot of the people here in the Trojan Reaches are ancestrally Solomani.
I've noticed that. It's interesting. Yeah, from Wesley to others.
Yeah.
It's interesting because they're also, well, they might be ancestrally Solomoni. They're so different than current Solomoni Confederacy. But in certain ways, it's like kind of how, like, that one island in South Carolina that basically has like the accent that is basically how British would have sounded 300-400 years ago. This is kind of Quinn is like, is this like a time capsule of what Solomani used to be like? Because they haven't had as many influences here. They've been a lot more insular, a lot more separated. Or how did it change? It's very interesting to Quint. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. I
Not
would
not
like
in a
to.
negative way or a bad way. Definitely lots of parts Solani, but that's not their fault. I mean,
Certainly,
I've
certainly.
seen so many irradiated planets here. They've had it rough. Yeah,
They have, but there are a lot of
they're
Solomani,
trying. They're doing their best.
yeah, descendants here. Now,
Yeah,
I feel like the
good for
next
them.
person we have to talk about in terms of coming a very long distance is Rocket. Oh yeah.
Why, yes.
Hey Rocket, could you
Oh,
say who you
hello.
are and then who you're playing, and then I'm gonna have a map based question for you, and then also to give you a piece of data. The data that I gave Lindy was about the survey, and I've got something for you too. Go ahead.
Yes, yes. Well, hello everyone. It is I, Rocket Fox, and I'm so thrilled to be here to play this evening the Harlock, who, if you're going to ask where she's from, is from Zidani space.
Mm-hmm. Which, if we look at the map that I've put up and we scroll out a little bit, there's this big, all of that blue is Zodani. That's the Zodani consulate. All of that blue right there, which, and we are down here in this sort of area, but this large, large blue area is the Zodani space. And now, if I remember correctly, you were from not the core center, but sort of a bit more
A bit on the
out there.
edge.
Out
Yeah,
there on
yeah.
the
A
edge.
little on the outskirt.
Yeah. So in this area that's closer to where we are here. So when you had to travel down, you had to travel most likely through Imperial space, or some of this sort of, you might have been able to get some of this sort of unknown space to get down to where we're at. And we've discussed before the kinds of culture shock and the training you had to do to go and be around people who don't know how to shield their thoughts, and to sort of be in this kind of space where people they lie, and it's because it's a very different sort of culture.
They think they're lying, but yes.
Yeah, I mean, you know not to lie because people can read your thoughts, or at least not in that way. But I have a question for you.
I have an answer.
It's about the rumor. I don't. Some people have heard these rumors. Most people haven't. There are some concerns in the Imperium.
Concerns.
Yes. It's about the Zodani, of course.
Oh no, that's just terrible.
Yeah. So, looking at our map, we've got this part of the Imperial where you've got the Spinward marches into Neb, and you've got the Trojan Reach below it, and then you've got above over there, right? You've got Zodani space, and there is this concern that some people have said that they suspect that there is some kind of secret Zodani outpost in the Trojan Reaches. Because if there were a secret Zodani outpost in the Trojan Reaches, then when the Zodani attacked, they could attack in a pincer maneuver, both from above and from below. That there might be spies out there, Zodani spies in the
What?
Trojan Reaches.
That's I certainly would have heard of something like this. That seems. I'm glad I'm seated, of course, but
Yeah.
this is a lot of information.
The concern is that there is a secret base. That the Zodani have got a base in the Trojan Reaches where they have got ships, people. If they had secret agents, they could send them there, and then from there send them outwards. You wouldn't know anything about a secret Zodani base in this area, would you?
I personally, I would not. I'm just an innocent traveler who hangs out. But I would say that any reasonable power, culture, even, it would be silly for them not to have all sorts of places here in their outposts. Some might say, just for scientific studies. purposes,
right,
and
right.
things of that nature. It'd
Yes.
be weird just to have one.
Yeah.
That would be strange, wouldn't it? Just
Yeah.
logically speaking. I of course know nothing about this, so.
Now, looking at our map and our theoretical hypothetical outpost, there are a couple of sectors where it's most likely to be. You could see it maybe happening in Deprez, where you have the Outram Void, maybe Sindal, maybe the Borderland. I'm
Hmm.
just wondering, I mean, I suppose it could be up in, probably not Pax Ruin, but maybe one of those three. That seems like a most likely sort of space for a secret outpost. Where might that outpost be, my friend?
Oh, that's so you're asking me questions that I just don't have answers to.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Now, I will say that I think since the Harlock has been so for anyone who might just be joining who might not know, the Harlock was very ahead, going through training and things of that nature. So actually had gotten sent on maybe a few a little more underground sorts of
Mm-hmm.
visiting opportunities,
Mm-hmm.
exchange student sorts of things.
Sure. Yeah.
But that being the case, I don't know that. I think that the Harlock would know that there's one around. I don't think the Harlock has actually been there. I think that happened after
Mm-hmm.
she was out of touch
Mm-hmm.
for all intents and purposes.
Do you know where it is?
I
If you
do
needed to,
not.
could you get there?
I I know who I would contact
Okay.
to find out where it is. And yeah, I think all the places that you mentioned are good thought, but she hasn't had time to really go there. But again, the way the Zidani work is that they can get information and they have a lot of channels for that. So should she need to, she
Mm-hmm.
would be able to do that.
So I have a small question based on what you said.
What? Okay.
Yeah. Um, you said that you haven't been there. You've been here in the reaches for quite some time, and you've never gone to the secret base where they might have like trackers, assassins, a bit of an infrastructure to find like people who might have things they want. Maybe like people with psionic powers who might be ancient warlords. Like if they wanted somebody, they would have teams there to go and kidnap those people or get them, theoretically,
Oh, of
hypothetically.
course.
Yeah,
Yeah, they would have
yeah,
clearly, the
yeah,
Harlock would never do anything against the Zodani higher ups.
yeah,
Like that's just not um,
right.
something that the Harlock would ever do.
It's weird that
Uh,
you haven't visited that base. Have you been avoiding them?
what? No, no,
No.
that's silly business. I
Okay.
and to be fair, I think it is twofold. I think on the one hand, there are some things that maybe the Harlock would not. What likes to keep close to the vest. She's been working on her own for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
Um, And I think, in addition to that, I think there are some things that she is aware of and dealing with that other people in her position don't know about. And
Yeah.
so she's a little bit deeper into the inner circles of secrecy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I just think it's interesting you never went there for holidays to drop off like a present or
Holidays are for
anything.
the weak.
Right, yeah. Oh, thanks. I will just note that there is indeed a secret base. Outpost. Outpost.
A scientific study
Scientific.
center for the
Hey,
people.
the Trojan Reachers are not, it's not owned by anyone. It's just an open free space. Anyone can hang out where they want. And
Yeah, it's
maybe
just
sometimes you just hang out secretly.
we all just like to hang out. That's what we do. We're just hey, listen, the Zani, we're just happy to be here.
Yeah, yeah. If you do ever find, you know, that ancient warlord, you should really let them know.
That is the absolute top priority on her list. Number one, just
Yeah,
right there at the top.
yeah. And if you found like a clone that was like maybe not a clone, but now actually in the original's
I've
body,
never
more
heard
or
of
less. they would love to have that person.
You know, that's such. These sound like Trooper. These sound like fairy tales. These sound like things that just don't happen in the real
Yeah.
world. I mean,
I mean, like, just if, and they'd be
oh
looking,
yeah,
of
no.
course.
Hey, the Harlock is diligent. The Harlock would never, never fail to turn that sort of information over. That could be dangerous for all of
Yeah.
us.
But you've got this, right? Like you're on it for them.
Just this is it. This is me on it.
Yeah. Oh, good. Oh, I'm so glad.
Yeah.
So that
Oh,
means they're
yeah.
not gonna have to check in on you since
No,
you're on it.
that would be silly. That would just keep
Cool.
me from my work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nobody
I'm so
loves a
glad
micromanager.
yeah, nobody loves that. So glad we worked that out. Yeah. I feel like the next person we have to talk to about map-related things is Greg. I was really torn between Greg and Cord because both of you have very excited map-related things to talk to me about. But we're gonna go with you, Greg.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, both of you. I'm so excited. So, Greg, who are you? Who are you playing? And then let me ask you a map-related question, and then maybe give you a present.
At the end of a long week, I love map-related questions. That's maybe the best thing. Hi, everybody. I'm Greg. I play Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey. He's a doctor and not at all a killer.
Nope.
Back to you, Trooper.
Okay, so I remember that you grew up not on. Let me just go and get. There's our little map. Let me just zoom in on Drinax. See, wait, there's Drinax, and you did not grow up on Drinax. You grew up on a seam.
I did.
Very small sort of
Found it.
agricultural planet right next to Drinax that Drinax liberated and is now the other planet in the new Drinaxian kingdom. And if I recall correctly, you hadn't traveled a lot in your life. You've done a lot of studying. You made your way to Drinax. You studied there. You know people and places. You've studied a lot. You have a lot of context, but you've not been around the world. And you have not found your baby, if I recall correctly.
I haven't, right? If you hadn't finished the lyric, I was going to.
That's because I love you. But
I love you as well, my friend.
Oh, so much. But Asim is an agricultural planet.
Correct.
Right. Now, if I recall correctly, there was a lot of oppression of the people who worked the land in Asim.
Yes.
And I believe I was hearing on the news that a terrorist organization had sprouted up. That
what? I mean, sure.
That's what I heard.
Well,
that they were terrorists. They didn't believe in freedom. They did not believe in the stability of Asim. That they were no goodniks overall, and they did not respect authority.
I mean, if that's what you got from it, then
That's what I heard.
Everyone's entitled to their opinion, correct? Yes.
There's a guy. He was he's from Asim, and he's like a sort of an important overseer of agricultural planning, and he told me that. I don't know if you've met him before.
Oh. Right. I know his type, I think.
Yeah.
Val probably
he told
knows
me about
him,
it. Maybe, yeah. He told me about it, and he said that they were a real problem. And I heard recently that there was news that there was some kind of concern that terrorist organization was sort of spreading out from Asim and spreading their influence to other planets in the area.
That's concerning. I'm going to check into that.
Really? Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to look into it.
Yeah. Because that would be disturbing, right?
I mean, it would be, I would think disturbing's a word. Fascinating is another word. Hopeful could be another word.
The Free Fields, I think they were called, this terrorist organization. I believe so. What's weird to me, though, is their leader, masked. No one's actually seen them before. What was their name that they went by?
Something. It's a white rabbit.
That's
That's
right.
what
It
it
was the
was.
white rabbit. That's what it
I thought it was the black
was.
bunny. I'm so glad you clarified
Yeah,
that for me.
yeah,
Just,
yeah. I remember back when you were in college, there was like this guy. He swore to kill the white rabbit. What's his name? Ruby. Oh, I don't remember. That Asim guy.
Person you talk to, right?
Yeah, the person I talked
Gave
to.
you-
He's
right.
a little high strung, but nonetheless, there's a whole thing about that. But here's the thing that's really weird. There was this whole thing. I don't know if you know this about how no one's seen the white rabbit for a while, and then all of a sudden, people did start seeing the white rabbit. Oh, you probably wouldn't know about it because it was really far away from where you're at, where they started seeing the white rabbit again. Yeah.
Hmm.
Sort of weird. Yeah, you wouldn't have seen it because you've been quite far away. But you know, it's interesting because I remember, and I just don't know if you remember, you have this poor, put upon refugee family as passengers on the ship right now. They owned grebes. You picked them up. One of them mysteriously died of some kind of illness in low birth, as a matter of fact. Yeah.
It's a good thing we
Awkward.
caught that.
Yeah, it could have spread.
Val's pretty good at what he does.
Yeah, and I remember one of the one who died said something about going to Assis to meet the White Rabbit, and how you would not want to get in the way of that. That concern you at all?
This person hasn't been right about anything yet, so
Well, now they're dead, so I mean,
right.
it doesn't really matter, I guess.
The dead are
you've
never right.
No, yeah, and you've never been that far spinward, though.
Nope.
I wonder what you'll find there. Interesting.
I'm looking forward
Yeah.
to it.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be cool. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Oh, hey, Cord. Hi. Could you say who you
Hi.
are, who you're playing, and then I've got like a map-based question for you.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Cord. I am playing Baron Severance. He's a clone that has gone rogue from the other clones, and he is his prime is like a duke or a admiral, or no, that's Baron. Baron's the admiral, or a baron, or anyway, he's high up in the Imperium, and we're learning a lot of his backstory sort of as we go, because a lot of his memories have been swapped out, or ancestral memories from the cloning process. So it's all very weird, and there may have been a body swap at one point that has led
Awkward.
Baron Severance to be very confused about a lot of his past. But we'll figure that shit out.
Yeah. Now, I have my map-based
Together.
question for you.
Okay, and I have my map-based answer.
I remember that you had many big dreams as a small
Thank you.
child growing up in the midst of an irradiated wasteland, and you tried hard to realize those dreams. I believe you wanted to you want to do a lot of things, and I think you failed in many of them.
Okay, well, that's a way to put him. Yeah.
Some of those failures might have been sabotages. It's unclear.
Thank you.
Unclear.
Or fake news.
Unclear. Yeah.
Right.
But I do recall that you were for a time a trader, a free trader.
Yes, trader. TRADER. Yes, not the other one.
No. And if I recall correctly, you were trading mostly on the trailing end of the reaches, which is going into Imperial space, right? You were sort of heading out,
Yes.
and that whole kind of, Wildman, Pandora, Tanith, up to Fist, which is within the Imperial space, which is actually not far from where Wesley's from. And also,
where are you looking?
if I'm if you look at
Red
Norgum,
is Imperium, right?
Yes, red is Imperium. And if you see that one Imperium planet called Scaladon, which has little amber, so it's kind of obvious.
Let me just do this. Skeleton. Skeleton?
Scaladon, which is actually near Fist, New Moscow. You see Drinax?
Yes. I see
If you
Drinax.
go up from Drinax, you jump to Clark,
Yes, there it is. Thank you.
right? So there is a trade route which goes from the one of the main trade routes actually goes from Fist down Wildman, Pandora, Corden, X, Sperl, and then into the
I see.
Aslan space. That way, it's the kind of the it's called the southern route. That's the one where most trade happens. That's the good route. The route you're on right now is the sad route. But I imagine you are probably doing
Sad.
yeah, all in that area there. That whole kind of Aronseer, Acrid, Corden, that whole space.
I was looking at
around
the
there.
website, not the map. Now I totally know where everything is. Okay, got it. Yep, see it.
Yeah, yeah. That
I was
seems
looking
like
at
you were
the
hanging out
other
on
galactic map.
yeah, on that side, like closer to the Imperial space. And if I remember correctly, your trading career came to an end when a woman that you did not know at the time, she was some sort of admiral in the Imperial Navy. We've met her. Turns out she was married to your prime, and that didn't work out so well. But she had your ship impounded. She sort of ruined your career. That's one of the reasons why you're not a trader anymore. You became a sort of a criminal after that. But you know that
criminal, but
you know that area pretty well, yes?
yes, I do. Towards the trade route, the Festitian route, I believe, is what they called it.
Yes. You've not been back there since then. You've been hanging out the other direction, sort of avoiding the more imperial-oriented spaces. Are you excited about going back to imperial-oriented spaces?
So we are heading up toward. We're going back. We're going towards the seas, and then we're going to be coming back.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not really going toward.
Oh, I mean, you could though if you wanted to. After that, you could just head right on into imperial space if you wanted. Are you avoiding it?
Well, yes. Why would we ever want to do that? Well, there is the opportunity, of course, to try to turn, of course, the outskirts of the Imperium, their reach against them, or really, not shouldn't say against, more towards the full prospect of Drinax and Drinax future and the future empire that will be Drinax. But I think that when we I just think if we are to go towards the Imperial Reach, we will probably have to take things will be it'll be a much tighter ship, I think.
Yeah.
A little bit. We will have to, of course, keep scans on 24/7. There could be anything. We know that there is stealth technology that can be utilized. There's even people that could be stealthy or utilized against us. Quint, but we're not entirely sure where these. We just would have to be careful if we were to go anywhere towards their reach. But it could be beneficial.
You know, though, what's interesting is if you're trying to get back the old band together, you know, the historical planets that have been part of the old Drinaxian kingdom that would be more likely to want to maybe go back, you know, most of them are right there in that little cluster. Pandora, Tanith, like all that area. That's really where all those planets, you can probably want to go and visit them so much closer to, you know. Anyway, I wouldn't worry about it so much. But I just feel like to really bring back Drinax, you're going to have to go to some of those planets that...
Yes, we're going to have to... That is a very good idea and a good note because that is a strong intersection of this route that we would need to sway.
Yes. By the way, to remind you, you do have a mission. You've been asked by the princess to get down to Torpol and Clark because they've been having some pirate problems on your way back. And
Good to know. I should write this down before I
that was
forget.
that was like I believe that's a season 2. But because you are a
I
person who's been
know.
somewhat, what's the word, criminally minded for a while, I
Thank
do
you.
want to point out that Theve, the planet Theve, which is just right corward or north of Noricum, that is a
Looking for a missing person in the Torpal area? Is that what you said?
no, an entire those two planets have been attacked recently by pirates, and they're
That's what it was.
really not
Thank you.
happy about it. And the
Pirates.
princess said that if you could maybe go there and help fix their problem, that might really help sway them to the Drinaxian side. But I just want to remind you that Theve, that's the
Yes.
planet. That's the planet where all the pirates live.
Yes.
Not all of them.
That's
but
where
the-
we have all the contacts. It's been on my radar for a while. All of the
Yes.
contacts from, or at least one of them, that
Yes.
the most likely one that
Yes.
would cooperate with us from the
Yes.
list of contacts we've acquired from the Pirate Queen would be in the
I mean,
fence,
I
if you
don't
will.
think you've ever been there, but it is said
No.
that the most powerful pirate princes are based out of Theve.
We have to go. Right.
Sure, it's cool. Huh, all right.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I bet it's a giant planet made of other nesting spaceships. They're all kind of airlocked together, and they're
Or
like this
cheese.
one little sort of. They're all
Planet made of
together.
cheese. No,
Or they're a planet made of cheese.
could be. Yeah.
So that would be Cheeve.
Mm.
Cheeve is on the other side of the map.
Oh yes, no,
the-
you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Which leads me to Ari. Ari,
Hello.
hi. Who
Hi.
are you? Who are you playing? And then I have a map-related question for you.
Cool. I'm Ari. I am playing Tarika. They were born to noble parents. Their father was not who they thought their father was. Their father was someone else entirely, who is ancient. They don't fully understand that yet, but it's a thing. But realistically, like, they're not noble. They are a pilot. If you ask them who they are, that's absolutely who they will say they are. And if they're trying to lie to you, they'll say they're a bad pilot. If they are trying to brag, they won't say anything. They'll just fly. So that is Tarika. Well, what's your question? Because I have been on pins and needles for like 30 minutes now.
I've got two things. But now, if I remember correctly from your history, while Severance was working as a trader on the more imperial side of the route, I remember that you were working as a trader more spinward towards the Aslan space. Because if I remember correctly, your ship was destroyed, attacked and destroyed by Aslan. Is that correct?
That is accurate. It was an act of war and very traumatic, but they're over it now. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, they're over it. That's cool. Cool.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
looking at the
Totally
map, for no reason, it's just interesting to me because right now, if I'm looking at the map, you are going from number 1 to Assis. Is that right?
I think that was our plan. There was also
That
some
was the
discussion.
plan?
Yeah, I think that was
Yeah,
the
yeah.
plan. That was one of the plans I heard anyway.
Yeah. I imagine you've been to Assis before.
Yes.
I
I'm sure
imagine
they have.
you've probably been through quite a few of these planets before.
I'm sure they have a record on them, and because they're very good about once they get that video or whatever content the
Yeah,
planet
yeah.
provides, they put that into their personal record so that they can look back at it later, and they'll often update that with their notes, like, oh, they said that this was, they said there weren't any wreaths allowed on the doors, but I saw
Yeah.
a lot of places with wreaths on the doors, so
Yeah.
clearly some of the rules are fudgeable.
So you know what's real fun about Assis? If you look at it on the map, you're just looking at it. Do you see the planet that's a 2 parsec jump away down rimward or southward?
Ahikokala?
Yes.
I'm not sure how I don't think I pronounced that right.
Akwolkyal.
Thank you.
That, obviously, that's the route to get from the Aslan Hierate into the Dust Belt, into this space, well, you were on one route, and Severance was on the other route, and that's the main way to get in between those two polities. So you probably have been around here a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what's super fun though?
What?
War.
Is it?
Yeah. So
Yeah. So fun.
do you see the planet that's a little bit more out spinward? It's called Asio. There's a whole section of planets there that are bordered in white. Do you see them right over there?
Spinward south?
West.
Asio. West. Thank you.
Asia,
I
Awatra.
Oh,
It's
there we
right
go.
over. Yeah. Do you see
I
those
see it.
planets?
Yeah. I do.
Yeah. You know, you know what those are. That's the Glorious Empire.
To be clear, Drinax's Glorious Empire?
You know,
The
they call
Sindal
themselves.
Glorious
No. They call
Oh.
themselves the Glorious Empire. They are,
Oh, yes.
yeah, an Aslan splinter group. They separated from the Aslan Hierate some time ago, and they are smaller now than they were, but they have been. There's been a little bit of war between them and the Hierate. The Glorious Empire loves slavery, and they also like to attack things. So they have regularly gone off into the area where you have been, and they have attacked planets. They've kidnapped hundreds of thousands of people, brought them back to the Glorious Empire. Very, very violent. They also spend a lot of time fighting with the Hierate. Not too long ago, 8 years maybe ish, around the time you were attacked, they actually lost quite a few of their planets to the Hierate when the Hierate was like doing a sort of a counterattack. But it's about the time when you were traveling through, there was a huge amount of war between these two Aslan factions, and everybody else got in the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a question. When your ship was attacked and destroyed, I feel like it was the Glorious Empire who did it.
Yeah, I'm certain that it was. But it was a very heavy fight, and both sides were there. We tried to get around through the asteroid belt, but it really didn't give as much cover as we were hoping for.
Looking at my notes, you lost your ship. That's what it says in my notes.
That's right. The ship and the crew.
The ship and the crew. I do want to ask, because the word lost is a bit vague. When you said lost, do you mean that they were destroyed or that they were captured and enslaved?
I'm going to roll a dice for this, actually.
I want to know if they're still out there. Your crew.
Oh, all of the dice things moved. Okay, here it is. They were enslaved.
Yes. I mean, sorry.
I suspected as much. I couldn't say, but I suspected as much.
Yeah.
How did you escape? I heard a rumor about it.
Oh?
I heard two rumors. One, I heard it was pretty weird that your ship got targeted because this was a conflict between the Hierate and the Glorious Empire, and your ship being targeted was a little weird, right? Like, sort of odd, actually, that you would be targeted I mean, people could say it was just an accident of war, but it seemed a little weird. That's what I'd heard, that it was a little bit odd.
It was. I mean, we even had a recording playing that was letting folks know that we were simply there for trade. And usually that worked
Yeah.
until it didn't.
Yeah, that's weird. Also, I also heard that, well, I heard that they might have been looking for your ship specifically. That maybe I might be wrong. I just heard that. You know what? I never mind. I'm sure that's nothing. But I
Why
do
would
think
they-
it's weird that you're the only one that made it out.
I mean, I have a lot of regret about that. I was supposed to lead them away with our shuttlecraft and make it look like the ship had been dead in the water and the crew had been lost. But they didn't follow.
They didn't follow. That's weird. It's weird, don't you think, that they didn't follow? Because you're really good at what you do. You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to try to get them to chase you, you could get them to chase you. That's weird that they didn't, huh?
I literally corkscrewed around their ship. I don't.
I don't know what that's about. I do remember, please correct me if I'm wrong, that after that, you had to go back home to go back to your noble parents. Was I right about that?
Well, I didn't have to go back to my noble parents because Val had a spare room, so
right.
he just let me crash in a spare room. So any sort of idea that I went back to my parents, that is patently incorrect on a number.
But
of
I
levels.
mean, logically, if something had happened to your ship like that in a super embarrassing way, and also slightly weirdly convenient and coincidental way, you'd have to just go back to where your parents are, right? Back to court, back to your responsibilities. Just logically, you'd probably be what you would have to do.
Always
You know what? That's a
wondered
weird
if she
thought. I
had
just drop it. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I can just drop it. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's
right.
fine.
I mean, it's probably just a coincidence. But you did go back to Drinax.
They probably just got, they could probably just tell that the ship wasn't actually. I didn't do a good enough job showing that it had been disabled. It's probably that. Like, and maybe the comm that we sent through to indicate that the majority or the most valuable things was on the shuttlecraft. Maybe that just didn't make it through. Maybe their comms were damaged, so they didn't understand. Like,
Yeah. I'm sure. It's just a lot of weird coincidences, but I wouldn't worry about it because your mother has always been a very upstanding noble, so I'm sure it's great.
Sure. Yeah, she's great.
Yeah. You know what's also great, though? Well, I'll tell you in the outros.
Dang it, Trooper. Dang
You're
it.
welcome. Yes. That said, and I am Trooper SJP, and I am the troll GM of this game, who is here to just lay some surprises and excitement. When we last left our crew, they all had been on their way out of number 1, which sadly is a 17-hour flight to get from number 1 to the jump point. And about 7 hours from the jump point, they were ambushed by pirates in the ship, the Stalker. The Stalker had done quite a bit of recon on them and learned quite a few things from spying on them at high ports and all, well, at the down port. They did not get all the information because some people are very good liars and can cover their tracks very well. And unfortunately for the stalker, they thought they were going to go and take a merchant ship that is sort of run down, full of people who are not particularly experienced, and found themselves ambushed Uno-Reverso style in return. Our crew was able to vanquish them through a number of amazing distractions, violence, and lies. And I might have implied that we'd be like, okay, let's just go. We're going to just hop off this episode. But I realized we can't just hop off this episode because there are a couple of things we need to talk about. So, as we open the curtain, this is where we find everyone. It's a little bit of time, but there were 10 crew members. 4 of them are dead. 2 of them were bisected. 1 bled out. 1 had a bad rash that was inflamed. And
Wow.
Yep, so good. And at this moment, the gambler is airlocked, attached to the stalker. And I want to bring us all up because I want to tell you my thing, and then I've got to give you your thing. And the thing I want to say is this. Very often, for those of you who've traveled quite a lot extensively, you've got between 2 to 4 hours of a trip between jump point to planet. Most of the time. It kind of depends on how big the planet is, but on average, you've got 2 hours, 4 hours. It sort of varies. This is a 17-hour sort of spot, and you're about 5 to 7 hours away from the jump point, which means you have quite a bit of time to loot this ship as you will. If you were pirating somebody in a more normal system, you probably have to work much faster when it comes to the looting. So I wanted to have a discussion with you all about the looting process. Why? Because at this point, you have lots all the time in the world, when you may not in the future, so you kind of know how long things take. So when you're looting, there are a couple of things you can do, and I'm just going to throw some stuff out there for you to ponder. You can steal their supplies. Their oxygen, their life support, maintenance, food, that kind of a thing. That doesn't take too long, about an hour to take that stuff. If you have it, that means you don't have to pay maintenance costs for a couple of months because, you stole somebody else's. Nice stuff right there. When I say maintenance, I mean food and life support, not ship maintenance. Now they won't have oxygen or food. Anyhow, so
They'll
that's
have their
about,
back suits.
it's not. So then we have cargo. Cargo. How much cargo it has, that takes various amounts of time. How quickly you can get through your cargo depends on what kind of what you have. If you have somebody with the skill electronics remote ops, you can use your sort of like ship's grappler arm, like you've got a cargo scoop, and you can use that to scoop in all of your cargo, and that'll be like if you have somebody who can do that, that will be about a minute per ton. If you don't and you have to do that by hand, it'll take a bit more time, right? So you can do it by hand, or you can use your remote ops person to sort of like guide this stuff in, and that's a bit faster. But no, it's about anywhere between 1 minute or 1D minutes per ton of cargo. 1 minute if you've got somebody in electronic ops, remote ops, 1D if you're doing it by hand. So that's the thing to ponder. And this ship, has on it, and I'm going to tell you, it has 10 D tons of empty cargo space. I'm going to need a roll for a little bit more information. That's going to be admin. Admin for a little bit more information about that cargo. Yeah, you've got a bunch of different lots. You're going to need admin to sort of get in to see what's going on in those places or what's supposed to be about it.
That's me, right? I'm the admin
It
guy.
is you.
Sorry,
The next thing,
I'm trying to find my notes.
you do know,
I have a
you
little
do know
admin too.
this. Every ship has a ship safe. And the ship safe
Nice.
has quite a lot of, it's probably where they keep gems, jewels, money, all the most expensive and exciting things that are quite small and portable. Also often less traceable. But you usually have to find that ship safe. And that can take anywhere between 2 to 12 hours to comb a ship to find the ship safe.
Especially if they're professionals. Full-time pirates, they probably...
Yeah. So but you have more time, you can look for it. When you don't have a lot of time, whether or not you want to spend time to try to ship safe is a question for you. Then there's something that's actually quite quick is to get the equipment from the crew, like their vac suits, their weapons, their personal effects. That goes real fast because you just say, "Give me all your stuff." That doesn't go. That doesn't take a long time. Then we have the other thing you can do, which is ripping out. The category in the book is called "What's Not Nailed Down," and that's the taking down like their electronics, their cabling, their.
I believe we had a list too.
Yeah, if they're
If
like
only we had a list.
Yeah, yeah, the kind of stuff that somebody might make a list for, that kind of stuff. You can also take that, and that is going to take also between 2 to 12 hours to rip all that stuff out. So, if you had 2 hours, you would have to make very different choices than you might at this moment. But at the moment, you probably have anywhere between 5 and 10 hours before maybe 5-ish hours of somebody were going to come from the jump point towards you, or maybe 10-ish hours of somebody were going to come from the planet towards you. And here you are. And I would like to ask you what you'd like to loot. I will note that at the moment, because I need to let you know, looking at your cargo manifest, you currently have only 8 D-tons of free cargo space.
I mean, I think our first step is really figuring out what that empty cargo space is.
I have a workaround for that.
Do you have
I'm
a
assuming
workaround, or does Val have a workaround? Those are two different answers.
Because one of
Val's
those is
workaround
probably
might
One of those is
involve-
terrifying.
We both have a workaround for that.
Yay.
I'm assuming that we've had a chance to kind of talk and swap stories about, our adventures over here. And hey, this is what
events.
happened back on the Gambler.
I did
If
what they
that's the
said.
case,
Where are you putting the Stalker's crew for this
Oh,
interim moment?
I'm assuming that they've got low berth compartments because that's part of my plan.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to just put you all together in a room while you have this conversation about what you want to loot, how much time you want to do it, and what you want to do with their crew. Please.
Sure.
I turn it to you.
I would, okay, I'm going to make the assumption that we've talked about the past. We don't have to this is what happened in this minute. This is what happened in that minute.
Sure. Just for the record, I think we can't just gloss over that. We don't have the conversation, but I do want to ask a question about
There's
the
a time
conversation that happened.
specific.
You lit a
you'd
man on
like.
fire?
I want to note in this conversation that we all had, probably in the sort of the top area where you all checked in about what happened. I want to know.
I'm currently building in Tailspire. It looks awesome.
First off, I want to know: have all deaths been reported, and if so, how?
This guy's dead, says Val. I've got a dead one. Val
Yeah,
says.
oh my god, the doctor, he's dead.
Quint,
Did we do anything, Val? No? All right.
I informed the captain that the tube was secured, and the Harlock would know what that means with how I secured communications.
Yeah, I see.
I mean,
So-
one of the captains was right there when it has, so I don't know if we need to
Yeah.
have a conversation about that. I mean,
I'm the admiral. You're the captain. I'm the admiral.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're-
Well, I mean, you know, we saw it happen. We were there.
Harlock knows who I killed. It's fine.
Okay,
knows.
so here's my only question.
Uh-huh.
Val would have heard that Quint bisected somebody, correct?
That's not really accurate.
I mean, that's not
really bisected 2 people. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
was
What
engaged
there,
in
though? Like
was
delineation.
engaged in furious bisection. Okay,
Mhm.
so
There were
that's all
3
I need.
casualties on this side. Because I
Wait.
think the one that bled out from Rocket shooting, or the captain shooting him. Yeah, so 3 casualties over here. And then
then-
hostile takeover.
Is Quint bisectional?
Maybe.
I just put that in the chat. Come on.
Nice. Go on. Continue on.
Great minds, great minds.
Only
Bisectional.
thing that Val would need to know is if he has that information, he would simply go up to Quint and say, "Would you mind standing behind me?"
Sure.
Val would then go over to where I'm assuming they have everybody tied up, or secured, or
There's one person locked inside a birthday cake, but yes, the others
That's fine.
are.
that person can stay there. Val would go over
Nice.
to the group and say a couple things, making sure Quint is visible over the shoulder. A couple things. We need to know where your safe is. We need to know why your cargo bay is empty, and whoever tells me first doesn't die.
Okay.
Is-
Before I
Is
respond,
Terica
And
in
I'm
the
just
room in this?
standing.
Like,
this is the question I need to know. I am going to assume at this point in time, because this is a group
Basic.
conversation, we need to just, hammer out a couple of details. One, is this taking place in your upper level where you have because that's where you had the captain, Deadeye Dave, and Jinx and Red. Have you gathered them all up in your area up here? Is this where this is happening?
It should be on
Is it
their
happening
ship.
Yeah, I think on their
yeah,
ship.
I don't think we want them on our ship.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, some of them are already on your ship,
I think
Yeah,
taking
I
it
imagine
we
we
Half
should
of
we
them
would-
were on their ship though too.
We
so
would
it's
move
fine.
them
Well, half-
probably
Some
over
of them
there.
in halves.
right. We can-
So,
but I do agree that on their ship feels more of a power move.
interesting. Interesting. Then now I have follow-up questions that are very important.
Because also be easier for them to point out stuff if it's on their ship.
Yeah, yeah.
Can lead us to
who-
things, unscrew things if need be.
Who goes over
Who
there
is-
to have this conversation?
I feel like we have to
Oh,
have
Val's
somebody
gonna
left
do
on
that.
our ship.
I'll stay here. 'Cause
Okay.
The more times I don't want to, the more time that I'm not in an evac suit, the better.
Hmm.
Well, I was
I'd rather be in my smoking jacket walking around my own ship with it.
Oh, and to be clear, Val is still in the suit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
You're
I
enough
think
suit for the both of us.
I think Ari needs to be there to point things out, Terica. But
like what we're
it
what's
worries
level
me
and what
too
not.
because there's a little bit of blood spray that.
But that's why I want to
Not-
know if it's
Right.
going to go through because
But Terica
because-
gave us a list though, right? Like I mean,
we
have
did get a list.
We did get a
Terica
list.
did
Terica's
give you a
also a bit of
list.
an engineer. If they're going to loot stuff, they probably need them there.
Yeah.
I think Terica
Maybe there's
would
two
go
groups.
on the
Half
ship.
the
like,
half is to go get the stuff that
Maybe-
that's not nailed down, and then Val and I can talk to these lovely people.
And maybe
we're the people
Terica would stay in more the cargo or engineering area and not on the bridge.
On the
where,
bridge. Yeah.
where there's deli
Yeah.
slices of crew member.
Nice.
Mark
Around.
order.
Who's their corsair? Who's their leader that they say they're under the
Did I, Dave?
fleet?
Oh, you mean the big guy?
The
big guy.
Yeah.
yeah.
Peter
Did I, Dave?
Vallis.
Oh,
Peter
Peter.
Vallis. Peter
Vallis.
Fallis, correct.
That's
correct.
right, Peter Fallis.
Vallis.
Yes.
Peter.
The day he hails
Fallis.
us over comms, we're like, "Oh, Mr. Fallis, yes, so good to hear from you." Yeah, I'm
He's
like,
really doubling down on that. Peter Fallis. Okay, anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
At least it wasn't Richard Fallis. You know what I'm saying?
Right. My full name is Peter
Or Harry.
Fallis.
Mhm.
Yeah, so
Or
if
penis.
it's just
If his name was Penis, that would be nuts.
if it was penis, that would clear up a lot of things.
Yeah.
So-
really would.
Oh,
So
no,
much for
his
the
middle name was
innuendo.
Ennis. Peter Ennis Fallis.
That's
The Ennis
it.
Fallis, yeah.
Yeah. That's good. That's good.
There
What if
we
he
go.
plays
I'm glad that's
piano?
canon now. Trooper, mark that down.
Mark
Um,
down
So I
Peter
think-
and his
I think-
phallus.
Yep.
Here's what I think Terrica would do.
Concert pianist.
First, they would.
Sorry.
Okay. First, they would
you motherfucker.
check in with Val and just ask him, like, "Are you okay?" Because the last thing they heard Val say, it sounded like Sue's voice. So they would check in with Val first, but then ultimately they're going to end up heading toward Deadeye Dave's room because they're taking all the shit out of his room and spacing it. So
Yeah,
that's
we
where
have to back
Terrica,
up
I
before
think,
we
is going
get
to be
that
first.
space. You have to
Yeah.
get through the airlock first. I just want
Yeah.
to know who's going through the airlock.
Oh, okay. Well, Terrica would
Yeah,
go
we
through
have
the
to start
airlock.
there. Yeah, absolutely. So the Harlock's gonna go through the airlock. Terrica's gonna go through the airlock. Val's gonna go through the airlock. I will note that it's very awkward in the suit, to get through the sort of like cramped spaces of a ship. If you're gonna get into full-on combat in a ship's hallways in that suit, it'll be awkward. You're fine, just noting it.
Oh,
Quint's
Can I ask?
going through. I want to know who else is going through to the other ship.
I'm already on the other ship.
Just because this sounds like we're walking through like a tripwire, Deadeye Dave's going to be right in front of me
Well, the Harlock is already on the other.
without a suit on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Half of us
Okay.
are already on the other ship.
Yeah, the Harlock's already on
Yeah.
the ship. Didn't leave.
Okay.
So.
I
I-
want to know, since we've got Terrica, Val, and we're talking about now in the cargo hold, Terrica, Val. Now we're gonna have Kareen there because if we're gonna have prisoners, Kareen's gonna be in the area ready to stab somebody in case it's necessary.
Fair.
Um,
Love it.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Green's good for.
Who goes first? Is Deadeye Dave the very
Deadeye
first person
Dave.
to go through?
yeah.
Yes, with my hand around his neck,
Mm-hmm.
just to help
Then
him,
Val.
just to guide
Yeah.
him or break it.
Then Terrica?
What did
Joke's
Val
on you. He likes it.
What did Val say when Terrica asked if he was okay?
He would say, "I'm right as the rain."
Would it be Sue's voice or would it be Val's voice this time?
That would be Val's voice.
Okay. You just kind of watch them like relax a little bit. And then they're actually going to say that they're going to check on Wesley and then they're going to go over to the ship. So They will be behind this
Wesley
initial
might
crew.
need some emotional support. He saw a suit malfunction
Someone help
right in
him.
front of him. Yeah.
Yeah, that
but
was
then
pretty.
they're spacing Deadeye Dave stuff after this. Like they're on a mission.
So, first, our pirate crew and Val are the first to walk through the airlock.
I'm assuming there's somebody going with Val, so it's not like Val
Kareen,
like 4v1.
Kareen's with you.
right?
Kareen, yeah.
And I'm at
definitely.
the other side of the airlock because I secured
And to
it.
be clear, in case we haven't said it, they're tied up, but they don't have their suits on. You
Yeah.
know,
Mhm.
all that lovely stuff.
Yes.
Sure.
What was the name
Val?
of this ship?
The Stalker.
Thank you.
Val, when you walk through with them, there's not a tripwire or a trap, but there is a shockingly large amount of blood splattered right by the
I did say
opening.
that I
Now,
that I
Move the
did
body.
move the body and looked for a mop to try to sop up some of it.
Yeah.
Or
There's
something
not
to-
time
or-
for that.
Something to throw over it to
there's just a couple napkins sitting out.
Yeah. You
the
bisected
rug
this
has been
person.
moved. I
Yeah,
did.
There's,
yeah.
there's a
I will say
shockingly
the
large amount
Harlock
of
would
blood
be
spattered.
the Harlock would be standing on the other side too with Quint, but also has a small like paper plate with some cake on it.
Yes. Can we both have cake? Paper
Yeah,
plates
just-
with cake on it? Yeah.
It looks okay. It looks probably store bought, but yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, it's
I
fine.
just need you to know, Val, that there is a shockingly large amount of blood and gore and viscera here. Pretty fresh. It's one of the first things you see when you walk through the airlock.
There's a welcome mat that's just laid over it, but it's not enough to like contain all of it, so it's just seeped through a bit.
The
Yeah.
body has been moved, so there's no body, but there's a lot of blood
Mhm.
and viscera.
Right, right. And I think what Val would say is he wouldn't be flippant about this. He wouldn't be like, oh, what the fuck happened here? Ha ha ha. He would just say, as he walked through, he'd be like, this is unfortunate. This is probably didn't have to go this way. He probably could
Deadeye
have been
Dave
more
says, "What
civilized.
the hell?"
There was a
SEC
lack
said-
of cooperation from your people, Deadeye.
I think we can fix this up, don't you, Dave? I think we can make things a little smoother from this point forward.
Where do you keep your mop?
Also, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
You can tell he's got feelings right now. As
Big
Right.
feelings.
We
you
need
step
those.
Fair.
step through the sticky, congealing blood of probably a friend of his as you step through.
Val would deposit them all and indicate for them to sit like crisscross applesauce on the ground to make it even more
Please.
difficult to jump up real
Have a
quick.
seat. Crisscross applesauce.
Yes.
Everyone.
Yep.
And he would like kind of squat down in front of them as the servos of the suit, very quiet. They're muted, but you could still hear him at this proximity. That as he kind of just looks at Dave. Safe, cargo, any valuables you might have. It'd be a good thing. And here's what I'll do for you all. Whoever tells me these things will be rewarded not only with a present, seeing as how it's a birthday, we will spread far and wide that you put up one hell of a fight, that this person killed 3 of our crew in the name of Peter Phallus. Phallus?
Alice.
Now, the rest of you who don't help us, the story will be that you flipped as quick as you could, told everybody exactly where everything was, while your valiant comrade fought us.
Or we'll kill you.
Yeah, it's all going to be a tragic end if that's the case, but safe, my friends. Let's start with that.
Just take a bite of birthday cake, and on my axe, which is with my dominant hand, just the axe hand, you just see like there's just the blood splatter on that as well, because that's what went through.
And also, with the glare in your stare, just let us remember and recall something. You fucked with us.
I'm going to need persuasion checks, which is what you use for intimidation. And this is a chain where whoever wants to be the final person can roll a final roll, but y'all get to add on to each other's, you all get to aid each other with those things, all with boons, because there's a lot of viscera,
There is. There's
Yeah.
Viscera.
I have a 2 to persuasion, if I don't know how
And this
everybody
would be
else
social
is.
standing, by the way.
Where?
I have a 0, but it's not a negative, so I have a base 0 to persuade plus whatever stat, which I might ask if I could use my robot arm stat, because I just for my intimidation, because it's just
It's social standing, which is your
okay
to sell
social
it.
standing.
Yeah, but
I'm
you get
pretty good
bonus.
at social. Or that's for yours.
0, but, so don't have me be the final roll.
I mean, mine's pretty
Plus
good
1.
for that.
Plus 1.
Do you, Greg? You want
It's
to go last?
it's either you or Val who'll do the final roll. But
I'll take the
Val,
final
Quinn will
roll.
be adding a +1.
Okay.
Okay.
That's persuade, yeah.
Yep.
Nice. That's nice.
That's a hell of a roll. We should have had you go
That is a
last.
very good roll.
I have really good persuasion.
That's good. That's good. That'll be a +2, so that's a total of +3 to Val.
You're gonna do great.
Oh, by the way,
you're gonna do great
you
out there, kid.
But wait,
I know.
could you roll one more d6, Fox? Because you did not roll with a boon, because you're all rolling with boons right now. Because, there's a lot of viscera everywhere. Oh, great. Another +1. So
Feeling
you'll become
very
4 total.
persuasive.
+4. Yeah. Yeah. You're all
could've been
there.
better.
Axe, servos, threats of death. And Deadeye Dave stares you, all 3 of you, in the face and says nothing. Stone-faced, not gonna crack. And then, after like a couple beats of silence, you hear Jinx say, I'll tell you everything.
In that couple moments of seconds, the axe comes out again, and I slice another part of birthday cake, and it goes back in.
I can take you to the safe.
All right, we have a winner. You.
And one of the others was like, no, me too.
No.
No, me too.
Oh, No, see, that's what happens. Second is the first loser. So, Jinx, you get to try and prove that you are Jinx, correct? Correct, Jinx. Jinx, you get to see how valuable you are, and again, make a name for yourself here because you are going to be the hero that Peter Phallus hears about.
The rest of you are losers.
I will remind you about the shopping list.
Yes,
Oh.
that
You
too.
might need some
Important.
losers for that.
Dave, guess what you
Jinx.
get to do? Your birthday present is low birth time. Do you guys have a doctor to get you out of low birth, by the way?
Where are you going to send us?
Ooh, isn't that the trick? You go into low birth, you're not sure where the fuck you're going to come out.
It's a surprise, much like a gift.
Do you have a doctor to wake you up? I'm being, it's part of the thing. I have
Not-
to, make sure.
Looks at all the blood. I think no longer.
Oh, that's a shame.
That's a shame.
You really
is
shouldn't put your
unfortunate.
doctor on the guard duty for the.
It's not
Well,
great.
I tell you what we can do. I am a humanitarian. I'm a doctor, of course.
strategic use of resources.
Why don't we put you under? And if you do so quietly, I promise you'll wake up because I will give detailed instructions on how to get you up, and I'll give them a hypo spray to make sure that the concoction is correct based upon your physiology and body weight. Sound good?
Yes, I mean, Peter Phallus has enough. We have doctors, we have everything. We're very...
But they're not here.
No. Not yet, but they'll arrive any moment. Any
Oh,
moment.
good.
5 or 6 ships will be here. You might want to just leave now while you have the chance.
Peter
That's a good
Phallus
thing
says he was
because I
waiting
bet
for
you they
at
have
the
somebody
trunk
that could wake you
point.
up.
They were waiting for you.
And Jinx goes, it's actually true. We don't have 5 or 6 ships coming. That's at all. Just, he's lying. Just,
Jinx, I like you.
You're a terrible crew member, but you're a fantastic survivor.
Okay. Now, I'm going to pause right here because that seems like there's been enough time. Tarika,
Yes.
you go to find Wesley in the engineering room.
Yeah.
The engine room. Val, what did you do with the body?
Probably left it in its suit.
Nice.
We didn't have a whole lot of time. I mean, I'm not trying to be
No, you
flippant.
did
We
not.
didn't
It
have
was-
a lot of time, right?
Yeah, it's pretty quick. That's the thing. It's like it's not a lot of time. It's pretty rapid. When you walk into engineering, there is a pirate in a vac suit, just like on the ground. No visible entry or exit wounds. Like no blood, just like there. Face down, so you can't really see them. And there is Wesley, who's got a crowbar in his hand and is sort of standing in the middle of the room.
Wesley,
Suited up, though, right?
Wesley, are you okay?
We've got, I think there's something wrong with the engine. I just want to, gotta tighten some screws, I think.
Here,
Probably
give you
need
the
more
crowbar.
time.
You don't need to do it with a crowbar. I'll take that.
Right. And Wesley just hands over the crowbar. It's like, I thought it was a wrench, maybe. And like, he kind of moves over to like the main sort of console, and then kind of steps back to the middle of the room as if he sort of forgot why he went there, and then kind of just stands in the middle of the room again.
Wesley, did Val look at your hand? Give me your hand. Let me like.
And he hands over, and like the the vac suit itself has been compromised, right? Because he actually cut through the vac suit, and so there's this like gash in the vac suit, and there's just sort of blood, and it's been tied with like a rag, and he's just sort of standing there, and he's like, yeah, Val said we should keep it like this, and there's blood on the console, right? There's sort of blood on the console. There's blood on him. When you take the crowbar, there you get blood on your vac suit's glove that was on the crowbar, but not on the head, but like where he was gripping it. He said he'd fix it later.
Okay. Well, let's get it wrapped up better now. They have the pirates. Is that one? Don't answer that. And then Terrica will like walk over to where the pirate body is, and man, I don't think they'd have any rope or anything like that on them. But I imagine there's some kind of cord or something like that in engineering. So they would grab that on the way, and they would go to tie the pirate's arms behind him. But I imagine there's rigor mortis by this point of some kind. And then that's, I think, when they realize, oh no, this guy isn't unconscious. This guy is dead.
Do you turn him in order to get access to him? Which means, do you see in his visor?
No, Terrica. No, I don't think they would do that. I think they would look at Wesley and they would say, Wesley, I want you to go to my quarters right now, and I will meet you there to fix your hand.
Okay. But the engine needs...
We'll take care of the engine later, but you can't take care of the engine if your hand is putting blood all over my ship. Okay?
Okay. Where are
Wesley,
you going?
I'm gonna get this out of here.
Okay. Then you're gonna come back?
Do you... Actually, we'll just go to my quarters. We'll take care of this later. Come on. And they're gonna like
I can do it.
Put their arm around Wesley.
Oh, and like
I know.
Wesley is like this ball of tension, like it's a kind of a weird mix of like consciously seeming a bit checked out, but physically in a fight or flight mode. Like there's a kind of a slight, like his body is not okay. He's dissociating, is what is happening.
Terrica knows this feeling rather well, so I think so in fact, instead, what they'll do then is once they like feel that in his body, they will remove their helmet, and then they're gonna like remove his, because at this point, like, yes, sure, the pirates could get loose, and yes, we could all lose, but the door is closed between engineering and everything else, so there's a measure of safety.
And there are tears sort of like coming down his cheeks, and a bit of like a smear of like grime, as if somebody's like wiped away a tear.
And they're gonna capture his face in their hands, and they're gonna say, I know it's terrifying. You shouldn't have had to see that or be near any of that. But you did a really good job. And the important part, Wesley, the important part is that you're still here. God, I'm so proud of you. Because you're still here. And you matter, and you made a difference. And I know it's terrifying, and I have a feeling it's going to be like that for a while. But you're not alone either. You're really not.
And he backs up and he goes into one of his bags and he pulls out like it's like the equivalent of like a Nook, but like an old one. So it's probably like a handspring. Like it's like chunky and like slightly lower tech, right? And he sort of like turns it on, try not to get any blood on it. He scrolls through it, and then he hands it to you.
What's on it?
And it's the cover of a Crash Jones story. And it's Crash Jones and the Zodani Spy. And you see Crash Jones, looking very, very sort of dashing face to face with this sort of a man in this like red sort of kind of imperial, like a kind of like a Zodani nobles. It's sort of like a very Ming the Merciless sort of a thing. Sort of black hair, no eyebrows, and this like big sort of very, very sort of but very Zodani style clothing with like sort of an evil face. And the this Zodani noble who seems to be this like Zodani spy, like locked blade for blade, because there's like lots of fencing there, right? Blade for blade with Crash Jones. And you can see these sort of like drawing symbols at like waves, sort of indicating that clearly this Zodani spy has psionic powers, right? And like Crash Jones is like grimacing to sort of try to avoid the evil psionics, right? In this like clash on the cover. And he says, "You should read that."
Okay. I'll read it. I will. But what brings this to mind for you right now?
You should read it.
Okay. Okay. I will. Wesley. What are you scared of right now?
If you think your thoughts too loud, they can hear them.
Not all the Zodani want to hear your thoughts. They aren't all the same.
They have psionic powers.
Yeah.
Those are... They're destructive. They can control you, know everything about you, take over your mind, and they can be anyone. Anyone could be a Zodani spy. Even somebody you thought was a friend could be. And you don't know what they're going to do. They could... set you on fire.
Wesley, who do you think is a Zodani spy?
If I say, he'll know. And then he might...
Okay. I will do everything I can to make sure that you are safe.
But he could get you too.
I have an unfortunate knack for not dying.
He could get any of us. thought he was like Crash Jones, but I think he's like. And he just sort of points to this sort of cartoonish villain on the cover.
Okay. Would it help you to know that I was already worried about that? Not him being Zodani exactly, because I don't think that's possible, but
They're the only ones who have psionic powers.
damn it, Greg.
Hey, that is propaganda. We do not look like that.
That's the propaganda. There's a lot of propaganda in here. There's a lot of Imperial propaganda.
So much propaganda, and so much not actually talking about who we're talking about. Yeah. Okay, Wesley. I've been working on this, and I'm going to keep working on this. Okay? And there are ways to combat it, and I'm figuring it out, and I'm gonna keep figuring it out. And you know what? Here, for now, why don't we go to my room? We'll get your hand wrapped up. I have a surprise for you. I was gonna wait until after your appointment on ASIS, but I think it might be useful now. And I want you to know, Wesley, I'm not gonna stop until this is fixed. And I'm not gonna let him harm anyone I love.
Okay.
Hey. Okay?
The screaming was really bad.
Yeah. Yeah, it is pretty bad when people are burned alive.
Yeah.
Kind of sticks with you. You know what helped me? Do you want to know? I wrote about it. I wrote about it in a bunch of journals, and then I burned them so that there wouldn't be anything for anyone to hold against me or use against me. But when I wrote it down, it helped it get out of my head.
Be safe.
Yeah.
I'll go to your room, but you should go, because if we take too long, he'll know that we were talking about him.
Here, I'll just say that it took a while to bandage your hand because I'm not good at it.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Wesley, the most important thing to me right now is that you take care of yourself. Will you do that?
Yeah. I'll try not to think about anything.
No. It's okay. Just give your mind time and space. I have something for you. Come on, it's in my room. And when they get up to Tarika's room, Tarika will, on the way there, stop by. I assume Val's got a med kit of some kind where they could get real bandages. So they'd stop by Val's room, grab those, bandage up his hand, and then I'm 90% sure Tarika had like picked up a Crash Jones for after his surgery on number 1.
Yeah, you did.
They're gonna give that to him now. Yeah. And they're gonna be like, I don't know if you've read this one yet, but
No,
I wanted to get you
must be
something
new.
special.
Thanks.
Anytime your mind tries to go back and think about things, instead of thinking about them, Tarika will pull out like one of their journals, and then they'll rip out 5 sheets, the first 5 sheets out of it that they've already written on. They'll hand it to him with a pen, and they'll say, "You can write them out here." And then they'll show him where their lighter is and how they burn them over the sheets by burning the last 5 journal entries they wrote.
I'm not worried about thinking about that guy. I'm worried about Val hearing me thinking. If I think about it, then he'll know, and then he might kill me.
Val?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wesley, Val was possessed by Sue. I heard him speak. I heard Sue's voice, literally Sue's voice earlier.
I don't know what. How can it?
I'm sorry,
Computer
I'm making
program
this.
Possess someone.
It has something to do with psionics. I don't understand it all yet, but
Okay.
it does. And Sue is so just avoid Sue. And if
Okay.
you can't do it on the ship. You have to promise me, because if you use this on the ship, we will lose power on the ship. Okay?
And he looks at the journal.
No, not that.
Oh.
I have a jammer.
Oh.
So if you need to have
Okay.
conversations outside of code, we can do that on a planet.
Okay. And he'll take the jammer, and he'll sit down in Val's room, right? And then realize that he'll get back up and he'll like come back.
No, I think Tarika would have stopped to have that
yeah.
conversation in Tarika's room. Yeah.
Should I stay here?
Yes. No, you can stay here as long as you want.
Okay.
Stay safe. Okay? We'll figure this out. We will.
Just be safe.
I will.
He killed someone.
When people want to kill you first, then you have to stop them.
No, he didn't. It wasn't like that. He just. The guy didn't even fight. He just looked into the room, and Val grabbed him. And then he used like Zodani's psionic powers, and his eyes got weird, and then there was a lot of screaming. He just stood there.
Did he say anything?
Not to look.
Did it sound like Val? Or did it sound like Sue?
Sounded like Val. But he had a weird tone. He seemed not like the Val I know. The Val I know, he saved me. He's funny, and he's cool, and he cares. And he was so cold, and he was a long time. It felt like it took a long time, I think.
Yeah. Sometimes it feels like moments stretch into eternity when there's nothing you can do and something horrible is happening.
But if Sue's doing it, I bet there was an episode of Crash Jones in the Army of Robots, and there was a microchip that somebody had embedded in Crash Jones. So if you can find the microchip and take it out, then that'll save him.
Would it help if you had something to do?
Yeah.
Would you look through the rest of everything you know about Crash Jones and compile anything where Crash Jones was being manipulated by any other being, whether it was electronic or Zodani or anything like that, and what they did
Okay.
to solve it?
The power of friendship, mostly.
Okay, that's less. The power of friendship. How?
Oh,
Okay, wait.
and wait, and Starbeam chocolate milk. It fortifies you. It's good for your bones.
It's malted, isn't it?
Yeah. And
Okay.
it's motivation. Okay, I'm gonna go through. Just be careful.
Okay. I will. You be careful too, okay? Wesley, you did really good today. I'm proud of you.
I didn't stop it.
We can't always stop awful things. It really sucks.
Yeah.
Terica's gonna like wrap their arms around him and just hold him tight for like a really long moment. And if he, and you know, like when somebody hits the point where like they've been so tense and they hit the point where they just sort of shatter and need to cry, they'll hold him for as long as needed. But if it feels like he's just tense and he just doesn't want to be held, then they would like back away. And...
No, he'll sort of like start to collapse.
Okay.
And right before you leave, he'll say, wait.
Yeah.
I have something for you.
Okay.
It'll keep you safe. Okay?
Okay.
It's a good luck charm.
I could definitely use some good luck.
And he sort of like unzips the suit. He goes in and he pulls out something you've seen before. It's a pendant.
Is this the one that I retrieved from the jeweler?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This is it's ancestral. It's from my family, and it belonged to Soleimani princess, and it's something really important. And so, but it's supposed to be good luck. If you keep it with you, it'll keep you safe. So here, you take it, and he hands you this pendant that you picked up. So this, it's real Soleimani.
Erica's gonna like lay it in their hand and kind of do a test to see if it's Viridian. Like, I don't know exactly how they would do that other than the same sort of thing that they do with the brooch where they hold on and kind of wish and hope something happens. So they're going to like hold on to this and wish and hope that they can hear something.
Yeah. It looks like Viridian. But of course, Viridian also looks like Emerald. So those two stones look almost exactly the same. Like if you didn't know it was one or the other, like you might not know. And would you make a could you make a what you got, telepathy perhaps?
I think I do have telepathy. In fact, I have that noble avatar telepathy.
Yeah. Please do. Could you roll that for me
Here we go.
based on your psionic strength?
Ooh.
Do you want to give me one?
I will give you one luck for that.
Okay. You reach out into it to see if it's Viridian. And you reach back and you have a brief vision, a brief flicker, a memory of being at a ceremony. You are welcoming a delegation. And one of those people is a noblewoman. You can tell. In your mind, she looks like Quint. But you think that's probably not true. Because also you look like you, and you don't think you were never there. Do you know what I mean? Like this is clearly far, far in the past, but somehow you've sort of ported yourself into this moment, and you are greeting this woman. There's a whole retinue, and she has a crest, like you have a crest, but this one actually looks like the one in your hand, but it's not broken. And when you greet this person in this brief memory, you can feel your crest warm, and you can feel her crest warm in the moment that you greet each other. There's kissing of the fingertips in that way. And as you sort of come back to the memory, there is this feeling of familiarity in the housing of this gem. But that gem is not Viridian, the one you have in your hand right now. It doesn't sing.
Thank you for thinking of me and offering me your good luck charm.
Keep it secret.
I'm giving this back to you as soon as I come back on board.
Okay.
And Terica
I'll
for
go
a
through.
second, like, fingers their brooch and then leaves it on.
I'll go through all the crest Jones.
Thank you. I think that will help. And just be careful of Sue in the meantime, okay?
Okay. As you walk through this ship of yours, down the turbo lift into the main cargo hold, through the airlock to get to this other ship, the Stalker, as you step through, I need to ask the rest of the crew what they see when they step through the doorway.
So how long between?
Got like 15 minutes. 15, 20 minutes.
So time enough for there to, because I do remember that Quint did ask for a mop.
I did ask. I did.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's a fact.
it seems like there would be enough time for it to be not quite as covered in viscera as it was.
But let
Does
me
it
ask
just
you this
minorly
question.
bloody?
Let me ask you this question. You don't know how much time you have until some ship comes by. Do you want to spend that time
True.
cleaning up the blood? Or would you
No.
rather
Is there a
spend that
plastic
time...
tarp I could just? Because I feel like it could be a slipping hazard.
It could be, yeah.
There's-
It's getting
there's
kind of
not-
sticky.
No, the cargo has to have tarps in there. There's
Yeah.
Absolutely.
no way
Yeah.
Then I would have thrown down a plastic tarp.
You know, okay, so this is
That's
information
fast.
that would be
And
for
that was no longer a slipping hazard.
information that would be for Kirka. Ari, do you know what a kill room is?
No. I mean, I've got ideas in my head now of what it is, but what?
When you go into like when you see in shows, you go in a room and it's covered in tarp everywhere because that's
Uh-huh.
anyway.
Dexter.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
Dexter.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
If
I know
somebody
what you're
invites you
talking
over to dinner and the entire room is covered in
It's
tarp,
covered
you
in
should leave.
Plastic. Yeah, you
Yeah,
should
you
go.
should leave.
Yeah, you should not be there. Anyway, that I feel like that's what this would look like.
Just everything is covered in. Is it clear plastic tarp? Like we can
everything.
see the blood behind it, or we can't see the
Maybe.
blood behind it.
That all depends on how hard you're looking at it. But yes.
Okay.
We're not going to
Since-
track it through our ship now. It's under the tarp. That's all I'm saying.
Perfect. I mean, that's the important part.
Really, it is.
Although I
Yeah.
do think Tarika, like having this, all the doors slide aside, and what they see is clear plastic tarp laid over bloody viscera in this entryway.
Yeah.
And I think they like freeze. They throw up.
I get another tarp.
Yep.
Gotta
And they're
buy her a
like,
new
sorry, I just, sorry,
Tarika.
I didn't think they were gonna
Tarika.
fight.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's understandable. You know, my first several, well, probably the first half dozen to a dozen dead bodies that I saw strewn everywhere was very evoked a lot from me. But we don't have time for that, unfortunately. We're going to need to try and get as much done here as possible. So you can bring a bag along if you'd like, but a bag, please. But we need to move.
Yeah. Okay.
New tarp. Yes.
Where's Deadeye Dave's room?
There's
I'm not telling you.
it's
There's
back.
Then I'll
another-
find it on my own. And Tarika opens up their ship's computer and like navigates to where the room assignments are.
You don't have access. You need to get one of them to give you
Oh.
access.
It's okay.
Jinx.
Jinx will tell us.
Okay.
And this one pirate's like, yeah. And she walks over to the console. She opens up. And she gives you access. She's like, oh, so it's down that way.
Thank you. And Tarika will head that way, and they will start moving everything out of Dave's room, intentionally carrying it past him as they walk to this nearest space lock and just.
I do have to point out
Space it.
something.
Mhm.
When you go to Dave's room, there is a giant cake there, a birthday cake.
Oh, that's Dave's room? That's funny.
There's still someone in there, by the way.
There is
is
still
still
someone
someone
in there. Put it in
and-
their lock. Space it, Tarika.
No, I imagine Tarika's moving around there. Like some movement from inside the cake.
Yep.
And there's,
Maybe a
like,
little muscle, like
2 slices taken out of the very bottom on that last like biggest tier. There's like 2 quietly missing slices.
Trooper, can I take Dave to the low berths? I'm assuming that it should be on
Absolutely.
this level. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Can Jinx take me to the vault? Because that's where it has to be taken to, so the ship's
Yep,
safe and stuff.
absolutely.
Because if it's bolted
Absolutely.
down, it doesn't have to be
Before
for
they
long.
go, does Jinx know the combination to the safe?
Jinx goes, no, he does.
Dave? That's okay.
Dave.
Dave is a stand-up person. Dave doesn't want to give out the information. Dave is loyal. My dad would love you, Dave.
Well, luckily, we don't really need to rely on that now, do we? That would be directly to Val. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and roll to
Yeah.
just take a little visit inside his head.
That's why
I
I
would-
laughed. I knew you were doing before you even did it, and I just
Trooper, I want to do something real quick because I knew this was coming.
Please.
I knew this
Please.
this aggressive mind meld was coming.
Yeah.
Can he lean forward? And I mean, this is just for Dave. So if
Yeah.
somebody
Mhm.
wants
Yeah.
to hear this, it's going to be a fucking
They
roll.
have to roll for it. Yeah.
Yeah, he gets over to, making sure Dave doesn't like turn and bite him. I mean, he's got his helmet on and shit. So he just lowers the volume of the output. Dave, they're going to tear this out of your head. Psionics, Dave. They're going to tear it from your fucking head. It's going
you
to
can
leave a mark
see-
that I can't fix.
you see his eyes go wide. And he says,
That's
"You
why we
think I'm
took you
s-
all out. Dave,
he-
I tell you what, don't tell me, but I'm going to sit here and I'm going to look into your eyes. And when she gets in your head, I'll know and I'm going to laugh my fucking ass off.
We don't have a lot of time. I'm bored.
I'm not some kind of child. Everybody knows that psionics aren't real."
Keep your eyes on me. Go ahead.
Yes.
Mhm,
So here
mhm,
here we go. All
mhm,
right.
Do
I
it,
think
do
that's just a
it,
good
do
old
it.
telepathy, aren't we?
I believe so, but I think you have I think
Higher
there's a
difficulty.
yeah, because they're not psionic.
Ah. Well, shouldn't that be a lower difficulty? Normally people are pretty easy.
No, psionics. It's easier to connect with than their psionic person. Non-psionics are harder to get into their brain, but they
Well,
also don't have
But once
defenses.
you're in, they have a
Yeah,
lower defense.
got it.
yeah, right.
Well, let's
It's one. It's a yeah.
Which is sad for
That's a
them.
13.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Dave,
Yeah.
Val
you're
is-
about to learn today.
Val
Psionics
is
are real.
staring in this motherfucker's eyes because he wants to see the moment that it clicks.
So what this would appear like for Dave? Good Dave. So essentially, I imagine he's sitting there staring into, well, I guess with an eye into Val's suit eyes, and then all of a sudden, Val's face starts to transform until it looks like Dave's face. Oh, that's strange. And then all of a sudden he looks around and he's in a completely different, probably a space that feels very safe to him, maybe a childhood home or something. He doesn't have an eye patch at this point, just
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
he's sitting there and he's looking
Yeah.
at himself.
Yeah. And just for a moment, I want you to know something. You know when you were in other people's minds and they all had sort of like a coherency to them?
Yes.
In his mind, it's when you first step inside, it's very difficult. It's like no one's ever pruned the garden and it's all messy, right? Like there's like it's like people who are not psionic, their minds are so cluttered, right? Like they don't know what's going on in their minds. You know, like they've not trained their mind. The pathways aren't there, and it's quite difficult to like find this stuff because this is like people who are not psionic have not disciplined their mind, and then their minds are just a mess. You know what I mean? Like, and you have to do quite a bit of work to like set it up to get it working. But of course, there's no resistance. It's just messy. Do you know what I mean? And like,
Can I ask a question, Trooper?
yes.
And to Rockette, because of the connection, would Val technically like be aware of what's going on? To like maybe then he's going to
Since-
whisper again, just to his face, looking at like him, according to what Fox said. He's going to say, "If she has to cut through to get to those codes, everything she cuts, you lose."
And Dave says that to himself as he's in this safe space. Like, he's young. He's probably like 18, 19, or 20, right? And he's sitting in like a small room. And there's some people laughing in the corner. There's like a Varger, there's some other folks. And he's sitting looking at himself. And he is confused of why he would say that to himself. He thought that was strange.
Well, and I want to say too for that part when he's listening to Val's voice, he finds that him in his own body says it, but the one of him that he's looking at hasn't said anything quite yet, and then leans forward, and starts off looking like him as older, but then starts to look like him as he's younger, matching the age that he's at.
Yeah.
Oh, can you believe this? The party, aren't you excited?
Yeah. Yes, I am. I think
But
I'm.
brother, it's your birthday. It's both our birthdays. We've been looking
That's
forward
right.
to this all year.
Wait, my birthday's not until 12:01.
And he reaches forward and punches him. Oh, come on. You don't look. Can't you hear them all out there? They're waiting for us.
Yeah.
So,
weird.
well, what's weird? What's weird about it?
I don't know. I have this. I feel like someone's gonna. I know. I just remember saying that someone's gonna cut out my memory. I don't. Yeah. We
Oh,
have a
that's
party.
part of the game. That's part of the game we're playing later. You know the one where you blindfold and you spin around a bunch of times. You have to remember your way through the house.
Yeah.
That's so we can find the present. The big one that
Right.
Mom and Dad left for us.
Yes. Right. The present. Where we keep it.
Val would say in the physical world, if that's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Quint.
But your hand is tingling, and like you're feeling your hand turn to Viridian as this is happening.
Try 1201.
Come along, Jinx. And I like grab Jinx and go to walk to the vault where we put in 1201.
It opens.
Affirmative.
Which Harley is going to stay in there a little more just to get like every piece, like the safe number. Sure, that's all fine and well.
Yeah.
But her method, like what she's trained in, her method is getting every bit of information out of someone. Like pretty much like if they were a sponge, like squeezing and wringing it out until every piece of information is gone.
I'm going to tell you a couple of things in a few moments. You've got a person in a cake. You're in Dave's room. There's a birthday card. There's a little photo of Dave and his twin, who's named Arespuch, short Ari, and their birthday coming up right that day. Like, happy birthday. Like a little card from the twin to the other. Their birthday's coming up really soon, just in a couple of hours, as a matter of fact. And like then of course, he's got his room full of all of his stuff, letters, correspondence, Crash Jones stories.
Terrica won't space the Crash Jones stories. They'll space everything else, but they're gonna take all the Crash Jones stories back to the ship.
So, as you go off to start looting, there is much to do. You don't have a lot of space in your cargo hold, as it turns out. So what you want to take will be interesting. Severance can tell you what is more valuable than not, but I will tell you this before we go to break. The ship's safe has got about like somewhere between, I don't know, 20, 30, or let's need your appraisal for that one, but maybe like, a good couple tens of thousands worth of credits worth of like latinum, gold, gemstones, that sort of thing. So you do get that. You've got these 10 tons of 10D tons of empty crate. They're these huge cargo containers that are completely empty, but they are not listed as being empty. And
when you say 10D tons, what is that?
Yeah.
What is a D ton?
You roll
displacement ton, right? Okay. So you got that's, but these are completely empty, but they are not listed as being empty. They're listed as having fairly expensive electronics that are delicate and should not be opened to the air, right? Because there's like an experiment, like electronic experiment. It seems to be like a science experiment that apparently is sort of some kind of imperial university wants it delivered to Palindrome. But you shouldn't open it because it will ruin the experiment.
Of course. And
Right.
this is 10D tons of an experiment? I'm sorry, it was 10D tons of...
Experimental electronics coming from an imperial university going to Palindrome.
Are they set up like in a cube? Like stacked in like a all these crates, like kind of cubed up?
Yeah.
We want to
Yeah.
we want to know what's the ones in the center
So
and if there's access
those
to them.
those 10 are all completely empty. Just completely empty. But it also seems pretty easy to change details on the outside of that crate if somebody were going to go and
Pirate
check
something
things
else
out.
and then put them into the
Got it.
crate, then reuse that.
These are so they're like
So it might be worth taking an empty crate or
shielded
two just to
crates,
help
yeah.
smuggle
Yes.
stuff in the future.
Yeah.
Agree.
or all of
Yeah,
them,
agreed.
or at least 8 of them.
Yes.
Um,
I'm gonna say if you're going to be looking at it, can I get a roll from our smuggler, our
is
good old
10
Baron Settlers? Can I get
This is
streetwise?
10 D-tons of the cargo boxes that are experimental
Yeah.
Yes.
electronics to shield whatever is inside. So we're getting like
Shouldn't be opened.
yeah.
Can I get
Trooper,
streetwise
while this
from you?
roll's going on, I have a question. Could we take everything that we want to steal, put them into these crates, which I'm assuming are airtight, like they're vac sealed, and decompress the cargo bay, let them out, and then we can just pick them up on the float to make moving a little bit easier?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Severn's
to
going to
just,
get your streetwise.
Yes, you may.
Well, this
Streetwise,
will be
what would you like?
intelligence.
Social, intel. I'll do it.
Yeah, intel.
Now, if I was my there, oh, yep, here it is.
There's also, and I'm going to give you this. Thank you. There are also another 15 D tons of cargo in this ship, in this hold. There's a total of 25 D tons of cargo. 10 of them are these empty crates that are technically, what are officially not empty, but you shouldn't open them because they're delicate. There are also 10 D tons of Aslan textiles that have clearly come from the Hyatt, that direction. And then some ore. There's like 5 D tons of ore. You would know that all this stuff has come. What they have in their hold means they came from Aslan space direction and are moving towards the other direction, right? They picked up goods in this area and are heading the other direction. They still have a pretty, like, their hold is only half full. These crates are, Palindrome is right next to Thief, right? There's no way they got, these crates are, they do not have Imperial University electronics from where they came from to where they're going to. That makes, like, that's, those are smugglers. Those are crates that are built with shielding so that somebody cannot scan to find out what's inside of them. And they can put, if they steal stuff and somebody says, where did this stuff come from? They have records saying what this stuff is, even if it's something different.
Trooper, I have a question real quick. I don't mean to interrupt
yeah.
you, but I want
Please.
to make sure I get this in because here's what Val is going to do at some point in the future. So I don't forget. Whenever we jump or come out of the jump or whatever it is, as soon as he can send a message, he is going to send a message to our buddy, the Aslan Prince, that our guy. Let him know that we took out the stalker crew, set them on the drift, took care of them, and we've got their goods if it's anything special that they need.
Yeah. You'll have to
I'm
do
gonna
that
give them all of them,
at your next high port.
Right.
You get to,
I'm just saying that in case I forget. He's going to do that. Okay.
That'll be interesting too, since their friend Phallus really likes skinning Aslans.
Yes. So you've got about, and you'll have to decide what you want to do about this. You've got about 25 D tons of cargo itself that you could take. Terrica, you could probably strip about 20 D tons of scrap parts to sort of fix the ship. But that's a whole lot of D tons of stuff. You're gonna have to decide what you want to take. It'll take you a while to strip stuff from the ship, but it's valuable stuff.
Yeah, it is.
The safe takes you almost no time. You just grab all that stuff and take it with you. And Severance, 40K worth, 40 credits, 40,000 credits worth of gems, gold.
Is this from Streetwise?
Yeah, that's Streetwise. And that's stuff
Level
that you
6.
can. Oh, you don't need a second Streetwise because you have that. That's from going on there.
The first one was a stealth on accident.
Oh, sorry. Did you give that in a boon? Give me one more roll. 1d6.
Did I give it a boon?
You did not give yourself a boon.
Oh, it does have a boon?
This one does, yeah, because
nice. Roll 1d.
because you are sort of familiar a little bit with. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. So if they're going to thieve, right? Having this fake cargo manifest sending you to Palindrome. To get to Palindrome, that's right by Thieves, so they're going to be cleared if anybody stops them. If any Imperial stops them to investigate, they're probably going to be fine. They've got a good plausible deniability, and they're going to thieve. Is where they're going. They came from Aslan space-ish, that area.
Let me put this up to the crew. Trooper, correct me if I'm wrong. You say in our cargo hold we have 8D tons of space that we can use,
Yep.
correct?
Yeah, about 8.5.
Can we take 8 of the cubes and load them up with
With scrap parts. Yeah,
the scrap parts to kind of
Absolutely.
maximize the space?
we can.
Yeah.
Okay.
I, think
I
that's
say
what
we do
should
that, and
Yeah.
we just
Yeah.
maybe take an example of the textiles, the Aslan textiles, and
Yes.
say,
Yeah.
Because
that's
we were
not
able
going to be a full
uncover.
ton. Yeah.
And the things that we're stripping
We
from
can
the
have
ship,
the ship itself ping over to the Aslan.
No, because you actually need to go
No,
to
because you do a planet. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. You have to go to a planet, and they got to send it out on the. Because you can't beam over space. You've got to actually have a ship. A metal
That's true.
ship
That's true. That's true.
You can't just slap it and have it fly
If
towards
only.
space.
Then
So
Put one bolt in the escape pod with a note. It'll get there somehow.
Yeah. The only thing that I want to do before we go to break then is as everybody's loading stuff in, Val's going to be on the outside of the stalker, and he is literally like Flash, like burning into the
Flashing
hull.
people?
Fate of pirates,
nice.
and just
nice.
huge fate of pirates, and then he'll go back inside.
I'm going to ask you this question
the-
before I say something to
He's going to kick it adrift.
the Harlock. What do you do with the crew that's still alive, at least, of the Stalker?
Well, I believe last I heard they were going into low berth.
All of them?
No, Jinx
Yeah, Jinx
did her
gets,
duty.
Jinx gets to hang out, eat all the cake, be a
Eat
hero.
all the cake. Yeah.
Well,
Let me ask you
Tarika
this.
is going to be prejudicial in the parts that they take. Very
Yeah, so
prejudicial.
I need to-
they should
I
not
need
have
to
fucked
ask-
with the gambler.
Yeah, I need to ask that question too. Do you take all of their life support, food, etc. supplies?
I think they would probably leave enough for Jinx because Jinx will be the only person on the ship.
Yeah,
Leave enough for them to survive for 72 hours. It's plenty of time from somebody from number
I
one
think
to get
that's
over there.
Right.
fair.
And the low berths have their own life support. So
Mhm.
It depends on how much of the ship you strip out. Do you
Yeah.
strip out enough that the ship itself is not able to maintain life support? Is not like how
I mean,
how movable is the ship when you leave it?
it can maintain life support, but I don't think it needs to move anywhere.
That's all
I don't
wanna
know
know.
where
once
everyone
you
else
need
is
to
at,
get
but
there,
that's
we'll
where
move to
Tarika's
the
at.
ship.
Yeah.
Say 42,000 for
Yeah.
gems and platinum.
40,000.
42,000. Yeah.
42. Okay.
42.
We
I would say this
we
roll.
need technical parts, but I think
Mhm.
those can come from scrap too, right? Or we just
Well, here's the thing.
yeah.
Because you have the entire ship, you have your choice between you're taking 8D tons of repair parts. You
Mhm.
can either take technical. There are two different types, right? There's like
Mhm.
it's technical,
structural and cosmetic.
Yeah, those are the three. There's the three kinds, and you can get any combination because you're stripping the entire ship, as you know.
How many units do we get to take total? I'm looking at
There's
the what we.
8.
Well, you only
Right.
have space for 8.
Okay, I wasn't sure if each unit was a ton, or if it was like some weird math or whatever.
But yeah,
so
basically
okay,
it's one. It's yeah.
great.
Mhm.
That's convenient. We need a total of let's see, 5, 7, 9, or 8 technical units. We could fix most stuff on the ship with 8.
Let's do that.
Yeah, that seems great.
I'm down for that.
Like
Yeah, Trooper,
we
you
could
said
fix
at
our
one point
maneuver
that we can't do the
drive.
cosmetic, right? Because that's special stuff.
We
Well,
got
and we
12
already picked up
units
a
of
bunch of
cosmetic from
Yeah.
number 1.
You already have a bunch of
So we-
cosmetic.
Yeah.
And it's
What
easier to
we're
get a hold
lacking
of.
is technical and structural, but technical we need the most, and technically it's hardest to get, or most expensive technically, I believe. So we should
Yeah.
raid all their technical parts. We could fix our maneuver drive. We could fix our ventral hard point. We need one structural as well, but we could fix a lot of. We could fix our jump drive.
It fixed the
and our
gun.
maneuver
It'll
drive.
fix the gun too, won't it? Won't it make the gun in the front
I
move?
believe so. Yeah.
The barbette thing or whatever it's called.
I think you might need one structural unit
Yeah,
for that,
because
but
I
yes.
think it just fires
Yeah.
straight right now, but we could get it so
Yeah.
that it moves, right? And fires in any direction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's
what
do
if
that
we
shit.
do what if we do
No, that
one
sounds
structural what if we do one
And seven.
structural,
One structural,
and 9
7.
technical?
So we can do.
Oh,
we
yeah,
can
you're
we
right,
have
7.
8. Yeah. So
Yeah.
1 structural, 8 technical. I love that because then we can
Yeah.
completely fix the ventral hard point,
Exactly.
the maneuver drive, and the jump drive. We would just need, and whatever leftover we have could go to general systems
Well, and we want to save
or
some
the
in
bridge.
case I want to at least save 1 ton in case we need to do emergency repair at some point.
That's a good
We
idea.
have those
Yeah.
though, don't we, Trooper? We have
You do have
emergency
some.
scrap.
I think we do,
Yes, you do.
yeah.
Yeah, you do.
So,
So-
technical
But I'm just saying we can't touch this.
and 1 structural. Yeah.
So-
Love that.
Cool.
As you're stripping
Cool.
out these really crucial components of this ship, making it
Is fixed. Beautiful.
not
Yeah.
so great as a ship future-wise, I'm going to note
for them.
something. You're working through this. Somebody roll me 2d6.
Anyone feeling lucky?
I do not.
I haven't
do
rolled yet.
Oh,
Do
okay.
it.
No, do it.
This will bode either poorly or well.
Amazingly.
Well,
Hey!
it's either bad or good. Real bad or real good. Hello.
It's one or the other.
11 ships show up.
I like
It'll
a
take
good
you about
polarizing roll.
5 hours to
Oh,
get
okay.
through all of this.
That's not bad.
Yeah, that's not
solid.
awful.
Because that's pretty decent, because you can probably then get out in time right before anybody comes.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Especially
We
since
can
you're
change the
dividing and
configuration of the hull too, can't we, Trooper?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. I want to say while this is happening,
Calculator.
as you're gathering these things to get up and go, I think you already have 4 units, technical units of salvage at the moment that you can.
Oh, do
add
we?
on. That's what's in your hold. I'm looking. So
Mhm.
I think that's our
We
repair
can
units, though.
do math over break, and we
Yeah.
can come back and announce what it
So-
is.
Yeah.
It's-
Yeah.
Harlock, as you're all, everyone's like wrapping themselves up to go, and you're in his mind to take everything, and you see a man, tall, maybe a little too tall. You suspect he's probably is not that tall in real life, but this guy, Dave, looks up to him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he seems a little bit bigger than life in the mind. So broad-shouldered, handsome at times, and at times fearsome, right? Like, so a little bit like it's this clearly like a bit of like an overlay of like a projection onto this figure that you see.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like calling, or he's calling. There's a conversation happening, and you can feel that Dave wants his approval, his pride to prove himself worthy. And this man is smiling, but there's death in his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And Dave says to him, he says, well, there's a ship, they picked up the professor I told you about, the one. He says he's got some treasure of old Sindal. I could go and it's pretty easy to rob them, and then I could bring you that. And the man smiles, says, good. Take both ships. Leave one at the jump point, just in case things get bad. Keep me apprised of everything. He says, oh, I will. And then it's a little bit fuzzy, and you hear the man say, I see. You said the ship is called the Gambler, out of Drinax. Thank you for everything on their transponder. Excellent. Uh, if there are any Aslan, kill them, flay them, and bring me back their heads. If they seem to be too close to Aslan, kill everyone. If they're not Aslan, or Aslan lovers, then play nice. We want to keep the people of the Reach on our side, looking towards the real threat. And then the man sort of picks up a cloak. It's like like a nice fur cloak with a clasp. And he puts it on, and then you can just see just dripping blood. It's a fresh carcass that he's putting over his shoulders. And he says, I'll be waiting for you back on Thieves. It'll be a while before I get the response back, of course. Maybe a month or 2 or 3, but I'll be waiting for this professor. And when you arrive, well, I'll be proud of you, as long as you don't screw it up. But we have that stolen Aslan ship. That's Jump 5. Word will get to me very soon on how you did. Remember, don't kill humans if you don't need to, if they are not corrupted by the Aslan. Good job. Thank you for the report on the ship. And you can see, and this is clearly not happening like this. This is Dave imagining what this guy would look like in this conversation. Has pulled up a small holographic description of the gambler and sort of looks at it and you know that it's only the information that you would get on. It feels to you like it was gotten. It feels to you this way because probably you see it sort of happening like a bribe of somebody at the high point downport getting. It looks like only the public information that you'd get from your transponder, but like nothing. They clearly did not have inner details, just like the public stuff. But the information about who you are has been passed along.
So, once this happens, and this is still within the 4 walls, so to speak, of his mind.
Yeah.
And so then
there's a little bit of blood. A
yeah,
little bit more blood.
Like I imagine it's pretty dark. Like I feel like they were speaking in almost like a dark room or something where there's just like a light on the two of them.
Yeah.
And then it's as if time has passed. And then the man is standing in front of him again. And he's wearing a cloak, but it's not bleeding anymore. And then the man looks at him with just like this disgust and this disdain. And he pulls a sword out and starts approaching him. And he starts.
I don't understand.
Our friend Dave starts backing away.
Yeah. I did
and
everything.
This man is saying, "You disgust me," and all of this, and saying just these terrible things. And Dave goes and tries to protest and yell out, but then all that comes out is a roar. And he looks down and he sees that he's covered in fur, and he starts trying to tell him, he's like, no, I'm not an Aslan, I'm not, but then
it's only the other language.
Yeah, and this Peter doesn't understand, so he goes and he walks up and he just like right there, like while staring him right in the face, this man that he really desperately wanted the approval of. And then because this is what Peter does, he starts skinning him while he's still alive. And then after this happens and Dave crumples to the ground, he's not so much longer at this point, but he's not doing too well. Peter turns, and then as that happens, you would see that now under the cloak, it's the Harlock, and kind of just walks out of his head. And once coming back into the real space, I imagine he kind of goes down. His eyes are lolling
Yeah.
open. He's kind of
Yeah.
like frothing a little bit.
Yeah.
And I imagine at that point, just either in the comms or whatever, to the doctor would essentially just say, "Our friend Dave is ready to go into low berth," and then kind of just join up with everyone else. And
And as you walk out of his mind, there are like pictures on the wall, like framed photographs or paintings, all on the wall that you're walking out of. And in each one, you're seeing there are these images of Dave. And he's so friendly and he's smiling, and you can see him smiling, and you can see him in these different moments of his life. And he is so kind and warm and welcoming and friendly. And you see him there in this crisp pirate's uniform, and he's smiling, and he's got the head of an Aslan, and he's just holding it up, handing it to Peter. And then you see him smiling so friendly and kind, and he's like stabbing just a random Varger as he's smiling towards the camera. And then you see him smiling, just taking, looks like people's clothes and money and their life savings. And he's just smiling and all so friendly and kind. And you just see all these memories of him being so kind as he's either murdering people or robbing them, and sometimes he's polite to them because they're humans, and sometimes he's not if they're not. And each of these memories,
sometimes bad things happen to good people.
yeah. And as you're walking out, you can see each of these memories just fading, and the paintings become.
And as leaving, the Harlock would reach over and grab one picture, and that would be of him when he was young, before this started happening, and take it and like just pocket it.
Trooper would, because of the mention of the doctor, time for him to go to sleep. Did Val see this too? Like,
yes,
see these?
and here's the thing: it's weird because you see it but don't see it. It's like you feel it. It's not that you see it with your eyes. It's almost as if you are like the connection between you and the Harlock right now is
like a
such that
memory. You're thinking
it's
about
like
a memory.
Yes, exactly. Right. It's like it's not that you see it. It's actually a bit more intimate than that, if that makes any sense. Right. It's a kind of a unity between you that makes it a little bit more personal.
That's exactly what I was hoping for, because Val is not trained in this. So Val would probably drink in the emotions, this lust that, Dave was having for all of this. So in that mind space, as it is said, Val would, approach, go up to the Harlock in this mind space, and there would be a carnality in his eyes as he would look at the Harlock, unable to keep out a lot of this violence and stuff that is so delicious. But he would look with that. There's no veil. The poker face is gone on Val in this space, and he would look at the Harlock, presumably out of the earshot of Dave, and he would look her dead in the eyes, and he would say, "He's not going to wake up.
No.
Is that okay?"
I already saw to that. And I think, and there's not really like pleasure in her voice or anything. It's just kind of a flat affect. And I think Val would get the sense this is not. She has no emotion about this anymore. Like, she probably did at one point, but like, it's just what needs to happen happens. And I think she would start to pass by him as if to leave the space, and like pause, just right shoulder to shoulder, and be like, "I would hate to have to skin you one of these days," and then just kind of keep going.
And as you would walk out, you would hear, "That would be an interesting day."
And that is where we're going to break. We're going to take a little 10-minute break, stretch, drink some water, and when we come back, our antagonists are going to get out of Dodge. We'll be right back, everybody. Ooh. Two and welcome back. Welcome back. Our crew have put the pirate crew, except for one, into low berth. Have stripped a lot of really important elements from this ship that will make this ship perhaps less seaworthy than space-worthy than it could be, but will help the ship out. Now, I will say, our antagonists only like cannibalize like a little less than half the ship because their hold's a little full. So they didn't, they're not like taking everything because they're being polite and kind, I guess. Or it's because their hold is full. And there is,
You
there is
could
that
always
sort of
space it.
You can always space it. Get
We
that
can.
birthday cake going.
We can
But-
can we just stuff things into our new masked cargo?
Yes,
We
dude,
have-
that's
we
where you
have
put your
10.
technical units.
We can
That's
put
where we're putting the things we did get.
Okay.
Yeah.
To move that across. Okay.
So, I imagine you have to head out now that you've left them. I assume you've let them keep their comms so Jinx can signal so that someone can pick them up.
Can we
Just a distress beacon.
Thank you. Yes, that's
Yeah,
exactly
yeah.
what I'm thinking.
Mhm.
They're a crybaby.
Okay.
They're nothing else.
Yeah.
That's right. Cry, baby,
That's
cry.
Yeah.
real quick also
Mhm.
whenever seeing that initial debriefing with Phallus and Dave, which is an epic duo, there's another ship nearby? Is that what I'm to
Yes, there
understand?
is. That is
Okay,
correct.
that's going to get conveyed to the gang.
And
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Terica takes more of the food off the ship.
yeah.
I am going to need.
Did anyone
I'm
of the
gonna-
crew members have like an exceptional sense of style? Just out of curiosity. That's
Ooh,
just...
yes. Or seem like they would keep a
Oh.
lot of just hand-to-hand weapons for no reason.
Yeah, for no particular reason. Yeah. These are the last two questions I have for looting.
Yes,
They
I
have
agree.
cutlasses, and they all have cutlasses
Oh.
and boarding vac suits. They have because you don't
Those
want
aren't
their
bad to
such-
have either.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Although there are no longer 10 functioning boarding vac suits.
There's not
Some
10 of
of
us.
them have been bisected.
We just need
and are not.
we need one. Well, we just need one for Wesley because he
And
hurt
Kareem.
his-
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Just a backup. Have a backup. We'll just take a couple backup.
So they're like
Makes
regular
sense.
boarding suits, but they're just a bit more armored, so you have a bit more protection in case you were.
Love
Oh,
that.
There are no
Yeah.
suits.
and also any bladed weapons just for fun.
For fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and did anyone have an exceptional sense of style? Just out of curiosity.
Well, that's interesting that you say that. First, I'm going to note that nobody on this ship is anything other than human. They're all human. There are no
Okay.
Vargar, and I will.
No.
I for one, am shocked.
I'm shocked.
I will
What?
note
This
there
crew?
are quite a few non-human pirates as well. Like non-human pirates are things, and there's the stereotype is that Vargar are all pirates, which is not true. But there is a slightly elevated percentage of pirates who are Vargar. None here though. This is all It's all human. All human. I will also note that not all humans look like Terrans or Soleimani. Some of them look different. So like the Volani, the Soleimani, the Zodani look like they can pass for each other. They have some genetic differences, but they can pass for each other. But there are some other humans that look different. They might have gills or
Pointy ears. I don't know. if
yeah,
that's-
or some of them look some of them look quite different. You've not
They're
been
like
that
how
far.
both Chihuahuas and Great Danes are dogs.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
But they don't
Yes.
have anybody who's out of that kind of Villani Soleimani sort of.
Again, I'm shocked.
Yeah.
These people? Wow. Peter
Yeah.
Phallus's crew? What?
Goodness.
Never would have guessed.
Not
Yeah.
diverse. What do
Yeah.
you what do you
No,
say there?
not particularly diverse.
Hmm.
I will say a couple of things. One, Severance. You have never heard of
Yes.
Peter Vallis.
No.
So, if he's a big pirate dude, it must have happened after you left the pirate scene, right?
Right.
They say he's got a pretty decent fleet, but he must be newish because you have not heard of him yet.
Because I haven't heard of him before.
Yes.
Well, they haven't heard of me either, so they definitely have no idea what's going on. So.
No, yeah. And then I would say if you can share if you share the description of the memory of the other ship that you got, Harlock, of the group of you people who are here, Quint, definitely. Terica, unfortunately. And Val, through study, would be able to ping that as the Aslan have messenger ships, which are jump 5 capable. They are these sort of like fast messenger ships that can do a jump 5, which is real good, because most of the X-boats, the Imperial sort of messenger ships, are like jump 4. So they have like a
Right.
jump 5, so that's probably what they're talking about, and they probably did not buy it. They probably...
That's how I got to Imperial space so fast from Soleimani space.
Yeah, right, because you had some... Right?
Mhm.
So... That's probably what they were talking about. They probably have, and if they have that, that means they probably have been either targeting Aslan ships for piracy, perhaps. Like, that's probably what was going on with them.
Trooper, I have a question.
Absolutely.
Is there a way, because we know the ship's ahead, it's basically observing, correct? If this ship is ahead, we can cloak ourselves with our holographic hull.
Absolutely.
But could we also send out a broadband distress call that says it looks like there is a wounded ship that suffered some type of explosion, catastrophic failure. We are ill-equipped to help. We tried. They here are their coordinates. They desperately need help. We don't know if anybody's left alive. We
Seemed like they
can't
were
do it.
terrible
We're
drivers.
just a trader. We're
But
just a trader ship, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Or we got somebody
Yes.
wounded trying to help, and we are
Yes.
ill-equipped to do so.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. So here's the thing. What you're about to do, just going to tell you for no reason, what you're about to do is send out a big broadband sort of distress signal. And this is
Well, we're not going to do it.
often-
I'm asking the crew too. I'm not. This isn't
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Val's not at the comm. Like,
But
I'm
I'm just
doing it.
I mean,
noting that this
why
is
don't
what
we?
ships you're going to pirate might do. Generally speaking, if pirates come to attack you, one of the first things that their target is going to do is send out a broadband distress signal just like this, so that the security forces of the nearby planet can rush out to try to save them. Sadly, for anybody who's traveling through the number 1 system, that's just not going to happen, because
Yeah.
that planet is too far away, and they don't... I mean, it's just too far away. If you were in a different place, it might be different. Now, if you wanted to stop them from doing that, your comms person would have to just jam their signal. There's no one to jam you. But I'm just noting, if you were going to attack people, they might do the exact same thing you're about to do. Just so you know. So absolutely is possible.
I think that provides enough confusion for us to jump. That's my 2 cents.
Well, and I don't think any of us, I don't want to speak for the group. I don't think any of us really care if anyone comes to rescue them or not. Like, I think
Yeah.
it's kind of just
Right.
something.
But
Or
Terica
pirate
does.
them again.
Terica cares if Terica wants them to actually
Look,
get rescued.
We gave them
Like,
72 hours
they
of
don't
oxygen.
likely
That is enough time for someone from number 1 to come get them and back.
Yeah.
However, what happens between then and now is that's not our problem.
As far as the messages we send out, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah.
I just want
Maybe Peter
for the
Fallis will come
record-
check it out, and he'll be like, "Oh, my poor comrades."
Oh no,
Yeah.
my buddies.
Too bad we
Like
don't have
that-
a
record?
blow up thing.
This is a general distress signal that you send, and you say that there's a.
Oh, yeah.
I want to make sure. I want to hear your story because people get to hear it. Other people are hearing it, and I want to know exactly what you say, just so I know how
No
to
reason.
respond.
I put this in front of the group. What do we think we should say? I think we should just say, "Hey, we saw a wounded ship." You know, even if we want to go so far as to say this is not a pirate thing. You know,
Right.
we actually
That seems-
legitimately saw a
That
wounded
would
ship.
definitely ease any suspicion that anyone has.
Definitely
Right.
not a pirate.
We are not going to kill you.
We have nothing
Either.
to see. Well, I think even if we were to put out like a message being like, "Hey, we're on our way. We saw a ship over in this direction. Like, we're not going to be there, and we're leaving. Like, we saw something weird. Police, someone, non-emergency number."
We're not the authorities.
We saw, because we said we did see them on
Yep.
number one, we could say saw a fellow merchant ship in distress. Unfortunately, we were not equipped to help them. Sending out a signal for them, blah blah.
We
I
saw
think
something. We're saying something, and now we're leaving.
Yeah,
I think
Yeah,
we just
so-
say we saw pirates. We took care of it. But we're leaving
Yeah.
now. And therefore, they
So I'm
have the
also
choice to
wondering-
come pick them up, but also it gives us the glory of taking care of it because they hate pirates.
Or would they attack us?
Why would they attack us? We took care of it. And you wrote Fate of Pirates.
Well, because
on
it's
the
the
side.
second.
It's the second ship
their
from
second
Peter
Yeah, they-
Fallis. It's
Yeah,
the sister
Peter
ship.
Fallis is still
I'm sorry. I
bad.
thought we were sending this to number one. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
here's the
no,
thing.
no.
It'll get to
It
number
will
one
reach
as well.
number one.
Right, it'll get
Yeah.
everybody.
Yeah, yeah,
but
It's a
yeah.
system wide, but
Yeah.
we're
Mhm.
trying to get, because Peter Fallis is basically guarding. Mr. Fallis is guarding the
phallus, if you will.
the Phallus is
Phallus,
guarding.
it-
He's
Harlock
hanging out by the
knows.
jump point.
Is this
Harlock
Yeah.
Some
knows.
big dick
Phallus
energy
is
right now.
not in system.
Yeah, phallus is not there.
Oh,
This
okay.
This is a ship that would go later and deliver news to him wherever it is he might be. He says he doesn't have time to.
He
hang
said
out
he's on
here.
Thief,
Yeah.
according to what you
Yeah.
heard.
He's
so
too big
that's
and
ship's
cool
gonna
for
go.
all
Oh, but there is someone waiting at the jump point
Yes.
because of the comms that we
Yes.
heard.
Yes,
It's the messenger
yeah.
ship.
it's the messenger.
The messenger ship. Is that the Aslan messenger ship that's super
Yes.
fast?
Yes.
Ooh.
Hey Fox,
Yeah.
when
That'd
you
be nice to
shared-
have.
When you shared what you had seen,
Yes.
did you also share all of the joy and the glee that he experienced with like the Aslan killing?
Ugh.
That I guess
Or
it
did
depends
you
on how
just
the
talk about
conversation
this?
went.
Leave it to you all.
Yeah, it would depend on the conversation because I don't think that's something the Harlock would just be like. By the way, he was a total jackass. But yeah, so there's another ship. I believe it's an Aslan ship. It's going to report back to this phallus, but it does have our information. I think everyone should be aware of that.
All
Does
all
have
of
our information as the gambler.
As the gambler, yes,
Right.
phallus knows about the ship.
Right.
Unfortunately,
Interesting.
yes, they seem to be a very unpleasant bunch.
Well, then I guess if we're going to broadcast anything, we should broadcast the facts to the messenger.
Such as,
Who we are. If they're going to tell
If
us,
they
if they're going to
already-
go tell Phallus something, they might as well tell him the truth.
well,
If they're going to chase us down
Well,
and want to
Jinx
fight
will
us, then they
say-
should
Jinx
have
will tell us
also-
that.
yes, we did leave one aboard the ship to share the information
Good.
that it was us specifically. So
Then we
It's
don't-
kind of
And I'm sure when everybody but Dave wakes up, they will corroborate the story.
yes,
Dave is
And
going to
are
wake
we-
up physically.
Oh my god. Are we currently on our bridge? Because wouldn't we also be able to see what Val had wrote onto the side of their
Yes.
ship?
maybe.
Absolutely.
They're drifting in the background.
Absolutely.
Having
What's
this
over so
conversation as it's just, yeah.
Yeah, in fact, when you all are watching it as we pull away, Val would come in out of the suit smoking and have a huge smile on his face covered in fucking sweat because he's been in that suit for so long.
Yeah.
Come out and be like, this is the fucking best day we've had out here. This has been fucking great. And then he just leaves.
Is this you? Did you, Val? Doctor? Did you do that? Is that yours?
Yeah,
Oh, very nice.
Fate of
Good touch.
Pirates. That's what they get.
It looks good.
Yes, well, most of them, not all of them, obviously.
It's a calling card. You know,
Yes,
first
that's
of many.
good.
Privateers.
Theatrics matter, so.
Theatrics are remembered.
Regardless, there is a messenger ship that is going to be at the jump point, which presumably will go to their ship, perhaps? Who knows?
We'll be it's a messenger ship at the jump point, then let's buzz them, let's shoot them, let's do something. Theatrics make him remembered, right? Is that what we just said?
Well, we
I
won't be
think
able to do. We won't be able to deceive them next time we see them or they see us.
Unless they don't know what's happened to the messenger ship.
there you go. We could of course deceive them. Next time we won't be the gambler, we'll be the stone jackal or some other shit.
Fair point.
Although that brings to bear a very important note that we should start thinking about that whenever we pull into our various stops, because it will be very easy to tell that if we suddenly switch before their eyes.
Right, we should probably switch before we leave. Also,
will
I'm not
also
sure if
note
we
that-
can because we have a lot of power that needs to go to it.
It's the
Yes.
transponder.
Yes,
So that the
yes, yes.
holographic
That's the
hull
one.
change what you look like visually. The transponder tells who you are.
Still,
You
We need
have
to do
to
something
get-
about that.
Yeah. You know where you could
It's
get like
very
a fake
expensive.
transponder? It's very expensive.
Thieve.
It's very expensive.
I bet it's in
Yes.
Thieve.
Yeah, it is. But it's
Fabulous.
also very expensive.
Where one of our best friends is waiting to meet us, yes.
Uh-huh.
And
Uh-huh.
we're so excited to meet him.
Uh-huh.
Mm. He's gross.
So, I'm not sure if we need to do anything.
We should just leave. This is a terrible place. I'm bored of it already.
Exactly.
But we should put out a distress signal for them. Like just
Why?
if we put the
Sure.
distress signal out and it just simply says
SOS,
ship
help.
attacked by pirates needs help.
Or we tried to pirate another ship and we lost horrifically.
Even
Or
better.
we send out
like
a thing
that.
that says, there were pirates. We took care of it. Drinax out.
That would help gain credence for our cause.
It would be very valuable.
Number one would like it. As a little farewell
That
gift.
is why we're here, yes.
Well, and to that end, it will at least bring attention over to where the ship is. So likely, and turns to Terica, likely whomever aboard is to be rescued will be rescued in that
Good.
event.
Took care of it. Drinax took care of a problem just buzzing outside the hive.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, I like that. Bees.
Yes. That's right, the Hollock. It was a bee reference.
I caught it.
I noticed. It's by you.
That is the most bizarre flirting
Wow.
I've ever seen in my life.
Terica, is something wrong?
Yes.
Erica, I'm proud of you.
No.
just want you to know
Excellent.
that.
Let's so we'll issue we'll just tell them pirate problem solved by Drinax, and then
Yes.
this ship, this other one that's potentially at the jump point, what kind of weapons does it have? How fast do I need to run?
The weapons capacity, I'm not completely sure. That's probably more of your department than mine. It is an Aslan messenger ship, but it does move very
Oh. Yes, it should be about jump 5. I'm quite familiar. I rode on one for several months. Maybe a year.
very quick.
So it could chase us.
And there's
It
no
may just
knowing
be
if they-
observational, though.
It could be.
True.
It might jump straight back to Peter Fallis to report what happened here.
I don't imagine that it's going to be worth it to him to lose one of these valuable messenger ships to engage with us.
But no, those are very expensive. If we had one of those, it would be amazing. But no, yes, they will
If we
not
got a
want to give
second
up the ship.
clamp on the top of the gambler, then we could have both of them, and that would actually, I agree, that would be lovely. If we had one of those.
We might be
Second
able
clamp?
to. If it is
We're gonna be flying aboard Cube pretty soon.
Oh,
Shit-
boy.
fine, this is great.
I told you this. We're going to have a pirate nest. It's going to be great. We're like a rat king.
Which
That's
Maybe
100% Cord's
require-
idea. I love it
The
too.
entire time.
Look, you can also recruit people to fly a ship for you. You know, if you can if you have other ships, you can recruit people who you think are
Yep.
trustworthy and have
we
them.
can have a fleet.
You can have a fleet. I mean,
And I
have an
could be an admiral, literally.
Let's
I
get
can
ahead. Let's not get
finally-
ahead of ourselves. Let's jump the fuck
What do you
out of
mean?
here and give this system the finger. It's time to go.
All right, let's
I'm
do
Well,
gonna
it.
need
is
a
it-
roll.
Let's give them
is
the
it-
old number one.
Is it worth trying to see if we could disable the ship? Because if it is just a messenger ship, it might not have been outfitted with tremendous defense if they're only relying on speed.
What do I know about
We're not gonna see it.
Aslan scout ship's defensive capabilities?
They're not super big. They're fast. They're not like heavy fighters. That's not what they're there for.
Mm-mm.
They're there
no,
to
no,
like
no, no. Yeah,
jump through.
be sneaky
I
and
will-
small and fast.
Yeah, I will note that you finding them might be tricky because
Hmm.
they can jump in or out anywhere within the 100 diameter of the star. So it's not like there's like it's like a line rather than a point, right? And so you have to kind of like if you're going to want to ambush people coming in at the jump point, which by the way they probably should have ambushed you closer to the jump point so that that if you think about it now. That they ambushed you early is because they had somebody at the jump point as like a bit of a relay. But if they were gonna like, also they're being overconfident. But it's better to probably ambush somebody at the jump line or really close to than you after you take their stuff can just jump out.
Leave.
So, but it's like it's a zone. So they could have like, you may find them, you may not. They may find you, they may not. But you kind of hang out. What you should do is like you hang out near the jump point, and then you wait to see if a ship will come in. You might have to wait all day to see if it comes in at the time.
All right. Well, that doesn't seem worth it. Let's get out of here.
No.
I hate this place.
Let's jump the fuck out of this
I
place.
said, yes, let's go.
Terrible.
This place is hot.
Erica,
Who
get us out of here. Punch it,
who's
Erica.
got your engineering?
What?
Damn it.
Is going to be working up the jump engine because
Not
Wesley
me, I
does
don't
not
think.
have that.
I'm Nav.
Wesley has
No, not Wesley.
no.
Oh, it's me.
Hey.
I've got Astro.
It's everyone's best friend. The
station,
Harlock has jump drive.
Mhm.
but I
So-
don't have jump drive.
Me, I do.
First, you need to
I don't.
plot the point.
I think
I
actually
need
Val
your-
used to do this. But he
I have
was not
astrogation,
on the bridge,
yeah.
right?
Thank you.
It's
I mean, I'll
true,
do the
yeah.
jump point stuff if you need it.
So I
I'm
have
sorry,
the
I just
ability,
need to-
but I wasn't sure what was.
I need to stir the pot. So
Okay,
those
perfect,
two
please.
you've got the spot for the pilot, the spot for the astrogator co-pilot that recently Quint has been sitting in right there next to Terrica.
Not anymore.
the-
That's not my job
the-
anymore.
The Harlock is
Terrica
going to go
kicked
down into the
Quint
engine
out.
room to go and sort of fire up the engine. But Quint has been sitting there because, Val was like, I don't need to be. There's a whole thing. There's like a weird between you all. So like, who's going to sit there right now?
I'm not anywhere near the bridge. I have nothing to do with this
In
job.
the cockpit?
Yeah.
Terrica
All
did,
right.
yeah, Terrica did kick Quint out after
Yep.
the
True.
jump of the
Look,
finger.
also, I was told my new job is to make sure this guy doesn't get kidnapped, get murdered, or murder himself.
That's
So
Job, so
Can I get
Good
our
job.
can our astrogator plot the astrogation jump, if you please?
Is
I'm
Val
assuming
on
I'm
the
doing
bridge? Because Terrica
Yeah.
would defer to Val to plot that if he was on the bridge and willing.
Yeah, he's still there. He's not gloating, but watching until the ship
Only a little
disappears. A little bit,
I think
maybe.
Terrica
Little
Terrica
glow.
would like turn to him and say, I know you're not the fucking co-pilot, but do you want to plot the chart?
He would pause and then he would say, I'll plot the fucking chart and smile.
Thanks.
Do I get any bonuses or anything?
No, it's just an easy check though. If you wanted to, you could take a little bit of extra time and make it even easier.
Could Terrica help and make it easier?
You could do an astrogation check to give him a bonus.
Okay.
But that could also give me a
bonus.
negative too, right?
That is correct.
Could.
Go
I
ahead,
have
do it.
reasonable
Yeah.
astrogation.
It's time for us to work together. All right, so let's go ahead. And...
Yes.
We should worry
So-
about this.
It's gonna go really well, guys.
Yeah, so you guys are
Now
close
that you've
to each
jinxed
other.
it, yeah.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Now Jinx is back on the other ship. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
Without an engine. Mhm.
Woo. I'm gonna throw a luck onto that. One
Okay.
luck.
You're going to get a +2 for your astrogation roll.
+2, I'll take that.
Mhm. But also you're going to
Shit.
+6, so it's a -2 as well. That is, you get it exactly because your astrogation is harder the farther your jump is. Mm-hmm. You
He
make a
takes him.
vault.
It would take him a bit to do it. He'd fuck up and have to do it again and kind of look over his shoulder. It's been a bit. I'm out of practice. And he would.
Terica would just grin and say, "I'm glad you're getting back into practice." And then they would like nudge, like point toward a part of the chart of like, "Oh, remember this piece," and that would be their little help there.
And he would wait like 30 seconds before he touched that piece. Just like, not going to do it immediately because they
Fair.
said so. Fuck that.
Those two. Terica, it is time to let the Harlock in the engine room know to get the jump drive running. And to divert power.
Terica will click over and say, "The Harlock, it's over to you. We've got the course plotted."
Mm-hmm. All right. Here.
This is going to be your education engineer with J drive. -1 because your J drive still needs some repair.
Not for long, baby. We got the technical units now.
But
Yeah, well,
you do get the bonus.
We'll have it sorted
You
out.
get-
It'll be great. It'll be great.
Mm-hmm.
So -1. Hang on, let me put that in there real quick. All right, here we go. This is gonna go well.
You can take extra time.
Yeah, we won't need extra. It'll be fine.
Okay.
Hang on. I'm trying to add the modifier to -1. It's not wanting that.
Just put it.
Here,
in
I'm
the-
just gonna-
Yeah.
Yeah. That's an 8.
That's very interesting to know. And
Is
so-
it?
Yes, it is because you needed a 4, so that's you.
Oh.
You beat it by 4, so that's very good. So here you are in the ship. Everybody is where they should be because this is a very important moment. And as Terica is by the controls, Val has plotted the course, trying to take into account how every single star and heavy, large gravitational body moves in space so that you can make sure that you get where you need to be and not somewhere else. And then there's that moment when the call goes down to the Harlock and the Harlock starts diverting power from the regular engines to the jump drive. This moment of extreme vulnerability where the power's flowing and anything could happen. And as the ship rumbles, creaks a little bit, you're moving through space, your momentum is taking you, and then all of a sudden everything is white. And you found yourself enveloped in the jump bubble, and you are now in no space at all. In the pocket dimension that is jump space. You will be there for about a week, perhaps. But whenever you enter jump space, it's always that moment, like you hope you do not collapse and die. You hope you don't get sick. You don't get disoriented, because that can happen. Jump sickness is a thing. But it seems as if everything is fine. You have passengers who can be let out, although you can keep them a little bit longer. 2 passengers. Where are you all?
I think that the Harlock would be at this point in the galley, just sitting at the table drinking.
I'll jump in on that.
This is
We don't have to talk. We can just drink.
This is how far into our jump?
You've just jumped in. You've got
Just
you've
jumped.
got time.
Yeah, if we just jumped, I'm probably making my way down into the cargo area to just sort of, because I wasn't there to loot.
Yeah.
So I've got to start doing paperwork.
Yeah.
So just like see what the haul was. And that's probably where he's going to go and just sort of do routine. He's got some time now to like he usually at the start of jumps is when he does a lot of this stuff, and then he
Yeah.
resides a lot in his room after that for tablet and like technology shit. But I think for a little bit he will be probably down in the cargo doing his paperwork.
The Grebes look at you.
I forgot about the. Oh, sorry.
I'm just gonna note the Grebes look at Severance.
Mm-hmm. Then I keep moving. All right, now what are these? And I'm going to try to inspect these boxes that are now new here.
Someone, I was looking at your previous role, someone knows how to counterfeit quite well and has built up a nice fake paper trail so that if they steal interesting things, they can probably get through customs. And this is not amateur.
My work is not amateur, or these boxes are not amateur?
These boxes are not amateur.
Yeah. I think we know that they are not. They are shielding. They're tech shielding, right?
Yeah. And the shielding is for because radiation would hurt the experiments.
Right. And is that experiments inside, or this is
They're
the
completely
facade? The experiments? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Because I was right.
They were completely empty.
Yeah, they're completely empty. Okay. Well, that worries me, Trooper, because it could be gas. Or
all
nano
technical parts now.
clouds that were just like, oh, let me just. There's nothing in here, and then it was actually like illegal tech, and now we have
what I would
techno
say to
zombies
you-
on our ship.
New set.
Filled with
If that was the case, it's on the other ship because that's where we opened these crates.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
It's full of psychedelic drugs.
What I would say to you is that the story is that these came from like the Regina area and are going to Palindrome, and there's no way this ship was ever anywhere near there. Like you don't buy it, right? That's
Phallus
not.
was near where?
So they said they're up in Phallus was near Regina.
Got it.
But Phallus
Got it.
himself is actually down by Theve, not by Regina.
Got it.
So he's actually nowhere near Regina. He actually has probably no idea where it is. He probably can't find it.
So he might be a little south of Regina, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He actually south of Regina. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Stealth tech. All right, that makes sense. Okay.
This whole episode
I don't
is
know.
just.
That was brilliant.
Is a
okay,
masterpiece. This whole episode is a fucking masterpiece.
Amazing.
That
Sure
was the
is.
greatest trooper line ever.
It's amazing. Yeah. So.
Yes, in tainted space, BP Phantom. That's exactly.
Space. Uranus. Okay, so I'm going to. Oh, then I guess, and I'm going to open them, and we have just techno parts now we've left in there, right?
Yeah, you've stripped that ship and have like stuffed a bunch of technical parts in there.
Our techno
You can go and
parts
help
are
them.
not illegal.
No. So the thing is, if you'd stolen this ship, there'd be a lot of security that'd be a problem. That's tricky. You've just stripped and robbed a ship. Now, if somebody says, "Where did you get these parts?"
Yeah, light switches and cables and copper wire. We copper wire stripped this ship.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Wow.
With
Yeah.
prejudice,
Left them all.
just in case there was any question
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah.
We took the faceplate covers of the outlets. We took
Took a bit more than that.
light bulb sockets.
Good. Plastic
Yeah,
is hard to
equipment.
come by
Anything that
in this
looked
Baroque ship of
personal.
ours.
All the batteries from their remote controls.
Every
Yes.
single battery for the remote controls. Yeah.
Yes.
Left some eggs in the air
But we
vents.
put the bags
But we
back
left
on
the
so that
remote
they would stand
controls.
alone.
We left the remote controls.
Yeah.
You're like, we're gonna
Right.
get caught with those. Heck no.
You took the knobs out of the car radio, which means you can't actually buy replacements for, so you have to get a whole new radio.
Yes.
But you didn't take the radio, and you're like, dang it.
Yes. That's
How did
exactly
we-
what we did. We're like,
Yep.
these knobs will fit perfectly on this other thing that
And
we
we
have.
took all their vice grips, so they can't put them on the little knobs and act like the
Yes.
knob. It was
Mhm.
just yeah.
Mhm.
Wow.
It was
we are
important.
Pirates.
We
By
really
the
thought
way-
of everything.
Yeah, wow, we are professional.
By the way,
yeah. So
you were told what else they had in the cargo, although you didn't take any of it. They had those Aslan textiles and some ore.
Look, if no one had any super swanky sense of fashion on that ship, I took a spool, like a bolt of just a textile that I thought looked nice, because that'll fit my orders. Yeah.
Yeah, no, most of them, a lot of their clothing makes them look. It's not it's pretty nondescript. Like, oh, we're just regular traders. We're not so
Yeah.
fancy. The person who was
why
in the
would they?
cake was not wearing a lot, though.
Uh-huh,
More like
yeah.
a small bit of clothing fabric.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of.
Hmm.
I don't know if did you take them out of the cake? They still there?
Oh,
No.
you came out of the cake at one point. Like,
They had to get put in a
Where
low
we-
berth somehow.
Full of frosting.
Yes. In low berth, covered in frosting.
So I would say it's not particularly interesting. They've got.
Yeah,
I will
these
say
are
that there are a
probably
couple
Go on.
changes of suits. There's changes in the clothing, so they've got things that could either look imperial or look like from the Reaches themselves. But again, pretty boring looking. Nothing particularly fancy. I would
Okay.
say
So great for spies and like infiltration work, is what you're saying.
no.
No, just enough to get by as a pirate.
I would say it's what pirates would think would be good for being infiltration
Ugh.
spies, but not really, actually.
I just take a bolt of a nice textile fabric. Then I'm gonna, get some
Because-
swanky digs. Even if I sew them myself, I have a sewing machine now, so this is fine.
That's right. You stripped them of their
Basically-
sewing machine. Take that.
Basically,
pirates.
it's too nondescript that it doesn't look.
Yeah, no, that's the
Realistic.
problem. Yeah, I just shake my head in disappointment. Like I had higher standards of these pirates, and then I took a bolt of fabric.
So all of this is so
Custom
they're
textiles
they're-
are nice.
Yeah, there are two lines, right? There's like the lower line, which is basically from the Empire to the Hyrate, and that's the one that Severance you know pretty well. Then there's the upper line, which is the one that you guys are traveling on right now, the Dust Belt, which has not as much traffic and is kind of messed up because nobody wants to go by these sort of sad places. But it does lead to the Florian League, which is super isolationist, and it's not the best trade. So it looks like they were preying on Aslan ships. And I will also note that it's not the best haul. Like, you didn't take it because it wasn't, like, the best. They probably just, like, picked on some small trading ship. You know what I mean? Like, that probably could not
Right.
defend itself particularly well.
Still a jump too, right?
Yep.
So we're jumping to aces. We don't even just stop at ace.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, you just jumped right over through.
Mm-hmm.
But you're all here. You have
And
time.
we need to fuel up. So let's all remember that. We need to fuel up when we get there.
How are you all hanging out together? How's it going?
Doing well, I think.
Alex is drinking.
I'm probably in the cargo hold where the Baron's doing inventory and things in case A, he has any questions. B, I'm also a detail cleaning my arm. And eating a slice of cake.
Yeah, probably that's what's happening. I'm just asking questions. What are these? Why is this full of wires? Yeah, exactly. Are these face plates? What are these doing here?
Terika had a list. It was on the list. It was well, technical units cost like 750,000 credits. We figured it was worth taking those more than the structural units because they're 3 times.
I think the boxes
Less
probably these
expensive.
boxes are worth more than the entire all these strips of
Which is why we stuffed them into the boxes so
Right,
we can
yes,
get the
yes.
boxes that are very nondescript and have the electrical parts for the gambler itself.
Very well.
Needed
The
detail brush.
grebes need feeding, by the way. Thank you. As I walk off.
Where's Wesley?
It's a good question.
It's Wesley's job.
I totally forgot about cleaning out the body in engineering and also cleaning engineering. So Tarika would not be drinking in the mess hall. They would be taking care of
I go to look for Wesley, and
Taking care of the
I
mess
see
hall.
I see the body. Wesley, it's time to feed the grapes. Whoa.
And I think
Tarika's
that's where
probably there
Tarika
like
is.
trying to pull it.
Yeah.
Like
Okay, there's easier ways to move this if we could it's too heavy, we could make it smaller.
what?
What? How did this get here? Whose is this?
Why don't you a pirate that got burned, I think.
We
I
need to
haven't turned it
space
over.
this.
Yes, that's what I would like to at least
Alright.
get it out of engineering.
Can
and
we
then
do
wipe it
that in
down.
jump space?
No,
Nope.
but we gotta at least move the body out of engineering.
Do we have a freezer? Is that no?
You have
Okay.
empty low berths.
We could just put him in a low berth for now, I guess.
You know what? We have some Ziploc bags. I can take care of it.
What?
What? Look, if we isn't there like a register of how often the low berths are used, and like, look, if we put them in the low berth, there's going if someone checks the register, they'll be like, oh, who is this person who was in low berth and then exited low berth? You know what? Let me take care of this for you.
Okay, but first, and Tarika's just gonna like rest a hand on the pirate's back for a
Mhm.
moment, and then they're gonna like bow their head, and they're gonna say, "From the dust and the stars we all begin, and from there we must also return. May your rest be as peaceful as your life." And then they'll stand up and say, "I'll take care of the blood on the console." And then they'll like go and
Right.
start scrubbing.
Where
the
is
blood off.
Wesley, by the way? The creeps are very
Uh,
hungry. I think they missed dinner.
He's in our room. He's having a heart. He saw this, and
A
he
vac
just
suit
needs time to
malfunction, no?
process. That's not what he saw.
Oh,
You can look in the. You can
Yeah.
just look through the visor.
I mean, he. It sounded like he got burned alive. But honestly, I haven't.
I mean,
Turned it over
the
to look.
plastic is very melted here. It does look like. You know what? Let me look. I'll look at this. I like drag to a side where Tarika cannot see in
you-
engineering. Do
Do
I
you
what?
know? Do you know? I'm just wondering. Do you know if psionics can burn somebody?
Do I know? I
Tarika's
don't think
like
I do.
yelling over the.
I don't have much
partitions.
psionic experience.
The Harlock would know.
You know,
Yep, Tarika.
I don't really have much psionic experience. Hardlock would definitely know though.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks. Well, I guess I'll go find her as soon as I get done with. And Tarika just like takes another swipe at the blood on the console. Like they're just trying to make sure everything is as clean as possible.
You have
for
these
Wesley.
wipes under the console there, the ones with the blue lid. That should work really well.
Oh, the blue lit. Okay, the blue.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you.
We have hydrogen peroxide in there. It's very good for
Yeah.
lifting dirt and things out of crevices and hard to reach places.
I'm gonna need
Yeah,
a
because
strength check from
this
you.
and Tarika hold.
Strength check
I'm
from
gonna use-
me.
Yes, please. You can use your special strength.
My arm.
Yes, please.
Okay, I would love to do that for you. Strength check. Just athletics or just straight strength?
Absolutely. If you've got strength athletics, go ahead and
athletics. I do have strength athletics. 10.
You can get the helmet off. It was hard to do so.
Well, if I need to, I can. I separate molecules from time to time, and I can loosen up some bonds if there's a couple sticky parts. I just Yeah. Like butter. Mm-hmm.
Parts of it have melted together, so it took a little bit of extra elbow grease to get the helmet off.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that was really stuck on there. The helmet was stuck on there.
You smell.
Ooh.
This smell
Yep.
hits, and you can both smell it. It's this sickly sweet sort of smell.
Little like barbecue.
Yeah, and the body has. It's as if it caught. You know, there was a whole thing back in the day, Soleimani's tales about spontaneous human combustion.
Spontaneous combustion? Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think this person spontaneously combusted. I'm not even going to lie to you. This is what it looks like right
What?
now. It looks like spontaneous combustion, from what I've heard.
That's not a thing. That's a thing?
I mean, that's what I heard growing up. People talk about it. They talk about it in the same weird folkloric sense that they talk about psionics. So, you know, if psionics are real, why not spontaneous combustion? Maybe they're related. I don't know. If you're going to throw up, you should. I think that the console is clean. I can take care of everything else here. I didn't expect the smell to waft, so there's very good airflow in here.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, just let me. I'll take care of this. Don't worry about it.
You're amazing, Quint. And Derica will like leave and shut the door.
And then when Derica leaves and shuts the door, I crack the knuckles. Get out. This is engineering. There's duct tape. There's all sorts of anything you'd need. It's like the utility closet. I go in. Do we have a vacuum sealer? I imagine we would for packing away certain things.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get out the vacuum sealer, and whatever sized bags we have. I imagine we don't have people-sized bags, but I imagine we've probably got like the.
Well, you might actually, because you have to get big cargo.
That's true. Those bags are more expensive. Maybe. Where do we have like some good storage that nobody really goes into very often? That's close to an airlock, so we can just when we come out of jump space. Just our storage unit. We don't have a lot of storage space right now. Cool.
By the way, while this is happening, we're all sort of doing this moment, and you're working to get rid of this body. I'm going to give you all two things before we
some parts.
Do our outros. You're going to have a week in jump space, and I imagine we'll have to find out how awkward you all are. Val, if I don't know if Greg is still here, but if he is, I imagine at some point in time you go back into your quarters.
Sure.
And
that's where I sleep. That's where I keep all my stuff.
That's where you keep all your stuff. And when you're in there, you come in, you just see Sue leaning back in a chair, cowboy boots up on a table, leaning back, hat tipped, just sort of like strumming a guitar and relaxing as if everything's okay. He looks at you and he says, "Well, I'm proud of you, son."
I'm proud of me too, Dad. And he'll go over and grab a physical guitar and sit down on the bed, put his own feet up, no boots, just his socks. What are we going to play?
Carry on, my wayward son.
I like it. Goodbye, everybody. I got to run.
And Severance.
Yes.
You know how you go back to your room to like mess with your tablet?
Yes.
Tablets. You're often there. Tablets. First night, you're there. You've sort of retired. Maybe the Harl will come visit. Who knows? People come to visit you or not. But you hear a something under your bed.
What kind of something?
Like
under my bed?
Yes. A movement. A rustle.
Stop. I turn off the tablet while looking over towards the bed.
I'd have to lift the blankets to see what's underneath.
I will do that. I move over toward the bed, and I begin to lift the blanket and look under it. My hand on my sword. Actually, I think I draw the sword at this point, and I lower the blanket with the tip of the sword.
There, under your bed, is Wesley, sleeping.
Oh. Sheath the sword. Wesley. Wesley, get up. Wesley.
And like, Wesley like jolts, knocks his head against the bottom of the bed, which is metal. Like, oh,
What are you doing?
nothing. I thought you wouldn't notice.
You thought about hiding in my room.
Is that okay?
From specifically me.
No, it just feels safe here. And you're not going to be having sex with anybody. So I figured it'd be safe.
Right. Well, who's having sex?
I mean,
I don't know.
Terica and Quint.
Should. Oh. All right.
They can be loud sometimes.
Oh. Okay. Well then. If you're going to stay here, then under the bed is no place. You can sleep in the bed if you want. I don't.
No, that's yours. I was just going to, you know.
I'm not having sex in the bed. You've already made that clear. You can sleep in the bed.
Okay. I just didn't want to sleep in the engineering.
Right, but you'd rather sleep under my bed? Doesn't make any sense. What's going on in engineering? Are they having sex in engineering?
No, it's just somebody died there.
What?
Someone died there, and I don't want to sleep there right now. And I figured it'd be safe here. Because, I mean,
Like a
you're the
euphemism,
admiral.
like made them see God or something like that? Is that like a euphemism, like, oh, they died? Someone died
No.
there?
No, they died. The pirate.
Literally. Oh, I thought you were still making euphemism about sex. Okay, very well. Right, you could stay here, what, a night?
Okay.
2 nights? What are you looking to do? Are you scared that they're gonna
I'm not
come
scared
back?
of anything.
Why are you in my room sleeping?
'Cause it's a little scary.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. You don't mind, do you?
I mind a little. It makes me a little uncomfortable, but it's not. I don't
Oh.
mind that much, really. Doesn't quite matter if it makes you comfortable or whatever. I do want to let you know, if you are to sleep here, I need you to do me a favor.
Yeah.
Feed the grebes. They are starving, by the way.
Okay.
And then,
just
sure.
Admiral, it's just that
Thank you.
to feed the grebes, I have to give them buckets of meat, and I'm having a hard time with that right now.
All right, because of the body that you saw, the dead person. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
I mean, I can do it tomorrow.
Fine. Right.
It's okay.
Very well, then you can do it tomorrow. But you do know how dangerous they get when they are not fed.
Right.
They are one of the most predatorial quadrupedal, long-necked,
Right.
reptilian-looking llama things.
And they do jump.
Side of the reach, yes. And they do jump.
I can go down there if I have to. It's just that
so
there's a body still there, and I.
Oh, well, then the work's done for you then.
Oh.
Right. Yes. So, you know what? I will have. I will see if I can get someone else to do it. You know who could probably do it? Val. Val is a professional at this, and sees probably death and a medical person, a professional all the time. They're probably used to seeing bodies, right?
Yeah.
That's probably what it is. I'll see what I can do. Val, if you hold on, this isn't right. This is hold on. I don't really know what the hell's happening here with this. Val, yes, hello, Val.
And
Do
like,
me a favor. Would you go ahead and just feed the grapes, please? There is
Is
a
this
bunch
an
of
open comms?
no. This is just this is right to Val.
Okay.
Okay, so Tarika would have gone to feed the grebes after hearing about that they needed
I
to get
also had
fed
a
because of Wesley.
question.
Yeah.
How charred is this spontaneously combusted body? Because that was a very good idea.
it's pretty charred, but I mean, Grebes will eat it.
Well, Grebes will eat it. I think I'll prepare the grebe bucket of what can be prepared. It's a perfect way to dispose of evidence. And then what can't be prepared will go into a little, little Ziploc that'll just get vacuum sealed real quick. And then, yeah.
Oh, someone else is already on it. Okay, thank you. Never mind. It seems, Wesley, that someone else is already taking care of the grapes. So I
Taking
guess
the
we're
helmet
in
off
luck.
the vac suit's like taking the lid off the can of tuna. Anyways, I'm
Yeah.
done. There
Gross.
Ew.
you go.
Love it.
And Wesley goes, Can I go to sleep now? I won't make a sound.
I'm gonna keep working.
Okay. And he tucks back under your bed.
Don't have to sleep down there.
It's okay.
And the suit, there's a green suit down there. It's not really mine.
Oh.
It
Oh,
was a
yeah.
gift, but don't worry about that. That's
It's-
Only wears it for special occasions.
only wearing for
You could hear the kind of like the rub of like rubber. Like, huh.
Yeah.
Oh, latex.
Right. I guess I'll take my work into the other room then. I will
No,
make
you
my
can
way
stay
over
here.
toward.
No,
Oh,
you
I
can
know.
stay
Yes,
here.
I
It's
know.
okay.
I know I could stay here, but I'm giving you privacy so you could sleep. It's a sense of safety. Unless you want me to stay here and just sort of watch you sleep, you weirdo.
No, but I mean, if you just were working here, it would be okay.
Right. Fine. I'll just work here then. And I pull out the chair and I sort of awkwardly tuck into. And I start opening up picking up where I left off really with the trying to record our notes and start compiling letters and things, not sent, but like notes and things like ship's logs pretty much, and of manifest of what's happening and what they've done today. All of this stuff is of course addressed formally to like a missive would be towards the king. So it's just.
And with that, Kareen comes, sits down next to the Harlock in the galley, puts a bottle of very strong hooch from number 1 on the table between them, and pours a shot. Doesn't say anything. And like puts a shot for the Harlock, and then also for her, like, that sort of pruno from number 1. And you can see Evan off there in the galley making food for everyone. And with that, we end our episode for tonight. It is our time to do outros, everyone. It's our time to do outros.
Oh yeah.
With Wesley hidden underneath the Baron's bed while the Baron does his notes. With Tarika cleaning the blood off of the engines. With
silly.
Quint feeding the grebes after a little bit of chopping femur bones.
I told Terika I would take care of it. I'm gonna take the engineering will look like nothing happened by the time I'm done in here.
Yeah.
Part of
I
soul money
fully
training is how to clean up
believe
a
you.
crime scene. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Harlock, Kareen drinking as Evan prepares food for everyone, and Val and Sue singing together in their quarters.
Not creepy at all.
So creepy.
Yep, not at all.
Hey,
Perfectly
everyone.
Why does
normal.
nobody else see this?
Perfectly
What?
normal stuff happening.
Totally normal.
What?
Chat,
Nothing.
give me titles. Title suggestions. I have some, but I want to hear yours. Let us do our outros. We're going to go. I would like to start with not Ari for reasons. We're going to start with Rocket. Rocket, say who you are, give some love, who you are, where you can find you, give some love, and then just say why is Ari awesome since it is Ari's birthday. Shortly, in about my time, 50 minutes.
Hey.
I am so upset because I knew this, but wasn't thinking about it. And that's
That's what
on
the cake
me.
was doing.
You know
But
what?
you have to
That's
be
on
quick.
me. Oh my gosh, how exciting. Yeah, so hi everyone. It's me, your friend Rocket Fox. You might recognize me from such hits as This Past 4 Hours. You can find me in
I
all
know
of the
that song.
places, mostly on the socials, but fun side note. So the show I produce over on Cybernation Uncensored last Tuesday of the month, the monthly Weird, in which I go over strange news, science, crime, things like that from the month. We are actually switching it from live format to pre-recorded, so I can do more producing and editing and bring you a finer finished product. And then maybe or maybe not, it may be getting shopped around to go some other places. So we'll see what happens there. But super excited. So you can come see me for that. The love. This whole thing about trying to find Regina, I thought was really one of the top moments for the evening. That's the highest of class, and I will hold that close in my heart. Other than that, though, as always, everyone's doing awesome. And what really stuck out to me this evening, as well as last time too, is everyone's interactions with Wesley, because he's going through that's horrifying. Like, as you know, we like to have fun around here, but like, that does bring some like seriousness back into like, oh, he witnessed this person actually get like eviscerated. And that's pretty traumatizing. I can thankfully say I've not experienced that in reality, and I would probably be traumatized if I did. So I really love that, despite the fact that, Quinn and Harlock go over making deli meats out of people and such. We can also have like these actual really carefully, not curated, but careful moments in which that is handled with some gentleness and seriousness as well. And then we can switch back over into just like lots of crazy stuff and have fun with that too. So yeah, the way that Terika handled it, amazing. The way that Severance handled it, fantastic. And I do have to say, Cord, when when Wes was like, "Well, you're not having sex," the face you made was priceless. Like, just this quiet, eyes closed, just moment of really reflecting on your life. Just it was everything. And yeah, and also this is a little bit of back end stuff, but yeah, it is. But Lindy, the like also going through like when we were on break, nobody else in the audience sees this, but like over there, like going through all the charts and stuff, and also Cord doing this, like doing a lot of background stuff to go through like the paperwork and building models and stuff like that. And I'm like, man, it's good I didn't have any of those roles, because I would not be doing that. I can tell you right now. I wouldn't be looking at how much space we have. I wouldn't be looking at like how much we can carry. I'd be like, you know what? I'm sure it's fine. Just throw it in there. It'll work itself out. So yeah, and then also Trooper, as always,
I don't have to worry
amazingly,
about that.
and Also gotta call out that blue beard, because that is, I will say, so everyone knows, whenever I first saw it this evening, I was like, is that a filter? Because that is so blue. It's not. It's real. So
Real.
It is.
yeah, and
Real
that's
good.
real good.
Mhm,
And
mhm.
so that's what I've got. Cheers to you.
Oh, and the birthday love.
I realized too, whenever I introduce myself, what I forgot to say is, hello everyone, my name is Rocket Fox, friend of Ari Ventures.
There you go.
Um, Ari is amazing. I don't know if everyone
Yeah.
knew about this. Performs a whole bunch
Yep.
just in the actual world. Not that this isn't the real world, this is very real, but like also in the other real world. Outside of the Matrix, and always brings so much every single time. And even you could have seen it tonight earlier, the very first scene on set, like the facial expressions, the really imbibing what's happening at every moment. And again, going back to the scene with Wesley, the amount of care and just everlasting presence. And also we do talk outside of the game as well, and just as on a personal note, I cannot say how often I've been like, Ari, this is what's happening right now, am I crazy? And not once have they said that I am, so I definitely
Well,
appreciate that.
to be fair, you're not. So
Well,
good
you
news.
know, that's a really nice thing to say, so
Just psionic. That's it.
Yeah, I'm not
you
crazy.
know,
I'm just psionic.
in the
Need
game
that
and in real
t-shirt.
life.
Yeah.
So, but yes, it is an honor to perform with you and to also have you as a friend. So,
Thank
Yay.
you. The honor is mine too.
I will pass it over to Cord. Cord, who are you? Where
Hello.
can we find you? Give some love, including birthday love.
Okay. Hi, everybody. It's me, Cord. I stream sometimes. I've been doing a lot of blacksmithing lately, which has been pretty great. I'm working on a helmet, which is cool. Yeah, I'm working on a helmet, and it's so cool. I'm working on a bunch of other things too. During the show, I know I was like sort of in space over here a lot because I'm actually working on like doing like a Tailspire model of the Gambler map, and it's so much fun. So I do have my like ear to the show, and I am paying attention. I'm just like it looks like I'm not. So anyway, it just helps me visually, and I also kind of want to make it so I can like visually look at it and like know how much space we have left in our cargo grid versus spreadsheets, because that's just how my brain works.
It's good.
Anyway, follow me on the things or don't. You can follow me anywhere as Mythomatic or as Cord. It's probably Mythomatic though. I stream sometimes, and on twitch.tv/Cord. And that's really it from me. Today was a great episode. I really loved it. I love doing these jumps. I love Traveler. I love the logistics of Traveler. There's not a game that I have played before, or like a system or setting that I've played before where logistics matter so much. And I do want to make like a D&D game that is so logistics heavy. Like I think that'd be kind of cool to be like a traveling caravan where you have to pay attention
Yeah.
to your
Yeah.
weight and you have to pay attention to what
Yeah.
you're feeding the horse and like things like that.
Yeah.
I think that would be kind of cool. May not be for everybody, but neither is Traveler. But anyway, I think that would be kind of cool to do.
It would give rangers a lot to do, by the way.
Right, that's true. It actually makes rangers viable, fun. But anyway, I think rangers are really cool in concept, but on paper people are like they suck. Anyway, it doesn't matter. That's enough of that. That's my ADD. What was I supposed to do? I was supposed to give love. Rocket, your scene with Craig was amazing. It was just so cool being able to watch and see, like, both Val and the Harlock in that moment, but also like Harlock not like they both had their masks off for different reasons, and that was really
Yeah.
kind of cool for them to both sort of like look at each other in their real eyes for a moment. You know what I mean? So that was really cool for them to just kind of be like, wait a minute, like he was like game recognizing game, but in the
Yeah.
oh you're here too kind of moment,
Spider-Man,
like
Spider-Man pointing at
yeah,
each other.
wait. Yeah, it was like, well, you've been connected and like psionically connected for weeks now in game. But so it's just kind of cool that it's like that moment sort of meets and branches like that. Lindy, thank you so much for doing all of the logistics and stuff. It's so awesome to see you dive into the logistics and to the management of our ship. So thank you for that because I like to do it too. And there are times where I'm like, wait, where are we? And then you're like, nope, I already got it. I'm like, cool. So thank you for that. And it does make sense and it's super cool that
Takes two.
right. And also like you had to manage, like Quinn had to manage their own stuff in their ship and during their travels.
Mm-hmm.
So it was kind of cool to see just them looking toward Severance for like approval / also be there to answer any questions. So which totally made sense. So that was really awesome. And thank you for just helping me manage the sheets. Ari, you're amazing. Every week is just always a blast to and a pleasure to watch. It's a blast to play with you and to laugh with you. But it's always so just a gift to be able to watch and be entertained by you. Your scene, like it started early on this morning, early on this session, like right when, like even like our prelude questions, and like you were already in the scene acting, and taking us for the journey of reliving that moment with Terica and like uh, rolling the dice for what happened to their crew and all that goodness was just so wonderful. So just thank you so much for letting us and taking us on the journey like immediately and sort of like setting the bar today. And as always, it's always such a wonderful pleasure to play and to rock out with you. And Trooper, it's always so amazing to play with you. Thank you so much for putting this together. Thanks you for having me back every week. And just yeah, it was so great. The little gifts that you were giving us today were awesome. They always are. But especially even the like early too, you were saying about like, do they get sold off into slavery? And they're like, well, that's a brilliant gift, because then that leaves the crew or this shard of the backstory down another direction where we could probably see them again, and they don't like Terica. So it's just really awesome to see those sort of threads get peeled apart and for you to start exploring that. So anyway, I love narrative and I love role playing, and I like to role play in things that aren't role playable. Follow me in my content creation journey, whether it's blacksmithing, backpacking, bushcrafting, or role playing. That's it. That's me. Hi. Thank you.
Thank you. I will toss it over to Lindy. Lindy, who are you? Where can we find you? And then give some love, including the birthday love.
Oh, sure. Hi, I'm Lindy, Laugh of Lindy, player of Quint Vesper. My love for tonight, main love goes out to tarps and cleaning supplies. I feel like they were the
Thank you,
MVP
Tarps.
of
Sponsored by Tarps and Cleaning
today's
Supplies.
game. Yes, tarps and cleaning supplies. Because part of being a spy that no one talks about is the cleanup work, the wet work. But it's part of the job. So, dead body and engineering, don't worry. You puked at just blood earlier today. Like, why don't you just I'll take care of this. This doesn't bother me at all whatsoever. It's fine. I'll handle it, and we'll feed the creeps. So don't worry about it. It's good. So yeah, I loved that. I loved Terica. Poor innocent Terica. Losing their cookies, coming onto the other ship, having to put down another tarp, and then cleaning the console and engineering, and just as soon as the waft of barbecued spontaneous combustion comes out, being again like, whoop, and Quint's like, no, I don't want to clean up puke. I'll clean up all the rest of the blood in this room and take care of this body, but I don't want to have to deal with puke. Just go. That and Terica's conversation with Wesley. I love that Wesley thinks that Greg's a Sodani spy. It kills me, and it also brings me so much joy. Like, you have no idea. And the little pendant thing, yeah, because after that first session where Terica picked it up and I brought Terica down to the jewelers, I was like, look, Quint's smooth. Quint probably would have handled this all by themselves, but I think it'd be more interesting if Terica knew. So that's the result of me making things more interesting for myself. We'll see how that all comes to a head at some point. My love for Cord, our dear Admiral, is just doing the inventory at the end. The Admiral. Admiral. That's what I was told to call him. I'm going to call him the Admiral until he tells me not to.
Thank you.
So the Admiral just being there to double check things while I clean the blood out of my arm. I have to do that again, but it's fine. It's fine. Thanks for helping me with the books. You keep on the cargo stuff, and I'll keep on the ship repair stuff. We got this. Teamwork makes the dream work. I love it.
And the cutting people
and then
apart.
Rocket Fox. I also love the
run out
person
of deli meat. We'll call you.
I'm a great butcher. Tap. Lots of experience. Let's not talk about that. But yeah, Rocket, my love for you is for the Harlock for tonight is just dealing with the crew. Me, you, and Val on the ship before Terika gets there, just being like, whoever talks first gets to, like, I don't know, live. And Jinx being the first to break, and you're like, everyone else is losers. All y'all are losers. I just killed me. Oh, I had to backtrack because this literally made me laugh so hard. I'm pretty sure they probably heard me upstairs. Was when Wesley was under the Baron's bed, and you specifically said, "We want you to sit here and watch you sleep, you weirdo." Like the way you said you weirdo, it was a very loud laugh that just erupted out of me. Back to Rocket, and just you having a drink with Corinne, really strong hooch. I love that mental image of losers, broke a guy's mind, got some info, and now I'm just gonna have a drink with Corinne. Us cold-blooded
Girls' night.
killers. Woo! I'll come up and join you guys when I'm done with the cleanup.
Knife guy.
Oh yeah. And of course, Trooper, my love for you is Tarp's cleaning supplies. And Wesley. Wesley was fabulous. Not wanting to admit that he didn't want to be alone, but also not wanting to be in the room with Erica and Quinn. It killed me. I loved it. It brought me joy.
They have sex, and he's like, that's gonna be awkward.
We wouldn't do that with Wesley in the room.
Seriously, we would wait, or we would go somewhere else. It's fine.
It's
the
fine.
Engineering room? That's what
Look,
Severance said.
this is the cleanest engineering's gonna have been in a while.
Having sex in the engineering room.
But my birthday love for Ari is just being so in character, so in depth with it, like down to the facial expressions. I am too ADHD and I get too giddy and excited about things, and I have no poker face, absolutely no poker face. So I really appreciate seeing all the Terika expressions as they navigate through all of these things, and just and of course being birthday buddies, March for the win, woo! We both got to eat the same birthday cake. It was great.
It was amazing.
It was great. It was awesome. It's so great when you can have birthday cake in the tabletop RPG of your birthday. That's great,
right? And I'll take any
It's
birthday
amazing.
cake where someone pops out of a birthday cake for me. Like, yeah, sure.
That's
all right,
that's
I'll
the
do it.
dream for real though. That's the dream. Speaking of the dream, you can find me online. Just kidding. I'm not really. But you can find me online at Laugh Love Lindy. Kind of living the dream sometimes when I'm not injuring myself repeatedly doing stupid things. It's fine. At my channel on Twitch. Right now we have a bi-weekly Monday D&D campaign. Critical Role's Call of the Netherdeep with the new batch, and it's coming to an end. Probably only a couple months left since it's bi-weekly. It takes a little slower. We finally got back on the main quest after detouring and exploring every other section of the map first, as one does. And on Tuesdays we just started Ghosts of Saltmarsh. That is also a bi-weekly campaign. They just mostly finished the haunted house, so they're very early on. We had that was episode 3 last night. It was very exciting. They're a very intriguing group, and I cannot wait to see what happens with them. And on Wednesdays, we have Call of Cthulhu, Mysteries at the End of the World, 1980s, 1986, starting in March. It's got Greg in it, Jonathan Fry, Jonathan Pruitt, and Topflix Tom, my OG Cthulhu group, basically, doing some Call of Cthulhu shenanigans. That is the prequel to the campaign I just wrapped up a month ago. So if you want to know how they got to the bottom of the ocean in the worst way possible, this is it. You should watch it. It's very entertaining. They get hung up on snails for a while, but in the best way possible. So just stay tuned. Episode 2 next week. And then you can find me here. And that's about it for now. Right now. Oh, I guess I should announce this because there was a Twitter post made. In 2 weeks, I think the 26th in the afternoon-ish times, I will be starting in a new Call of Cthulhu campaign on Jay Britton's channel. the Bucket Brigade. Let's see, that's our chat name. Pendragon. It's a Pendragon
Nice.
Cthulhu game. It's
Sweet.
going to be Dark Ages Cthulhu. Hot Flakes Thomas GMing it. Basically, we're picking up an old campaign from like 3 years ago. So it's going to have myself. It's going to have Susie, Susanna Grace,
Ooh.
Amelia Tyler, Jay Britton, Other Duck, not Other Duck. Names. I don't know everyone's handles off the top of my head. Doc Rimbo and Kate Madison. It's going to be a super fun group.
Wow,
Lots
that
of.
seems really
It's
good.
probably going to be comedy Cthulhu. Honestly, I'm not even going to lie to you. Play a
gonna be really good.
Bakester who's very strong and stronger than the knight in our group. So it's going to be good flexy. Lots of bread and bun jokes times. That's me. That's new. Starting later. I didn't
I
forget.
do know you like buns, so yeah.
I love a good set of buns.
Yeah.
Baking them.
I'm
Awesome.
gonna, yeah, absolutely.
Kneading.
I'm going to toss it over to Ari, whose birthday it is. Say who you are, where we can find you, give some love, and then I will embarrass you afterwards.
Oh god.
I told you I had a present for you. It's coming. It's embarrassment. Go ahead.
You did. I'm real bad at accepting presents. Like I'm real awkward at it. So get
wait.
ready. Yay.
Perfect.
But man, seriously, like this crew, you guys, is absolutely amazing. Every time I get the chance to like we're like starting a new season, or even if we're just like starting a new, like today was a question mark of if I could even make the episode. And
Right.
it was like, no, I'm gonna make this fucking episode. Like I want to hang out with these people on screen. I want to wreck shit or not wreck shit, or literally I don't care. We could all sit around and talk and I would like have a blast with these folks. You guys are really amazing. Oh, right. The whole thing that I was supposed to do before I got sidetracked. Hi, I'm Ari_Ventures. You can find me online on all the places. You can also find me live in Seattle. Not this weekend because I'm doing all sorts of birthday things this weekend, but other weekends, like next weekend, you can. I think I'm in Seattle Secrets on Saturday, and of course, you can find me here on Fridays. And theater sports, I will know closer to that. That always casts about a week in advance. Theater sports does so. Oh, I'm so tempted, but I don't want to jinx it. But I want to be like, cross your fingers, guys, because I have an audition coming up, and I think it will be really cool.
Ooh, break a leg. Break a
so
leg.
thank you. You never know with these things, right? There's all the question marks and all that, but I absolutely love the Twilight Zone, and I think this would be a really fun show. So, okay. Anyway, I'll stop with that. Oh, love. Holy cow. There were so many delightful moments within like the entirety of this show. It's hard to pick specific ones. I think some of the ones that I am about to say have already been mentioned. Rocket, your like moment with Deadeye Dave where you saw everything and then you were like, all right, motherfucker, here's a dose of your own medicine. Just so beautiful. Like, and then to follow that up with the moment with Val where like the Harlock just is like, this is your warning, you know? Anyway, that was so well played and so well executed. I was like chills. And then Lindy like having Quint come in and help Terica with that freaking body. I didn't know what Terica was. Terica's never taken care of a body. They barely cleaned. Like Terica does not. They don't know what they're doing. They're just like, I absolutely cannot have Wesley handle this. So like I thought that
I
was
figured
super
that out after I
sweet.
saw the console. I was like, oh.
That's gonna be real bad.
I love it.
And I really particularly enjoyed the like calling conversation over the walls and like that was I was like, oh, this is like I felt like it was like a moment within like the Terica Quint relationship where we see like how they kind of balance other sides of each other's coins. Now, whether they have a relationship or whether they're just having sex, I think is still to be figured out. There's definitely sex, let's say that.
That's what Wesley said. Wesley's like,
I
there's
was
a
gonna say,
reason
Wesley,
why
are
I
you-
can't be there.
Definitely happening. Yeah.
So much sex. Um,
I think it's exciting
And
that Severance
Cord-
didn't realize it. That's all.
that Severance didn't like connect the dots. Like, oh wait, Severance full on didn't know that Tarika and Quint were having sex this whole time.
I don't think so. I know a couple
God.
times where he's like, "Why are they hanging out?" But I don't think. There may have been like one other, and there may be an episode where he was like, "Wait a second," but now he full on knows.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, good news. I guess.
Hey.
Hey, surprise! I was going to talk about like that moment where you like kept working in the room with Wesley just tucking himself under the bed and how sweet that was. But honestly, the fact that like this whole time Severance hasn't known that Quint and Tarika were having sex just kind of trumped that for me. So.
Good.
Well done.
Thank you.
But you really do bring such life to the character and depth to Severance in the way he interacts. And I still like, and I know I've said this before, but the way that he changes as he goes. The Severance that we saw 4 seasons ago is so different than the Severance that we see today. And I love that kind of character arc and that kind of growth
Just bad acting.
while staying true to the character.
It's just me forgetting who the character
No.
is really what it is.
Well, good job, man. Good job
Thank you.
forgetting. Well done. And Trooper, like, okay, I was about to say beard aside, but we really can't beard aside because it's
It's there.
gorgeous. Like it's
So good.
it's striking. It is its own fantastic moment in and of itself. But also like the way that you played Wesley so real. I legitimately thought that both of us were going to cry in that scene. Like
Me
I
too.
thought actual tears were going to roll. And part of that is because like I knew I could bounce off of you for the emotion. And it really was like it felt like a real emotional moment, and I really value that. So thank you.
And I'm Trooper SJP. I will give my outro after I read the messages from our chat because they go before me. We got 100 bits from Stormbender who says, to another episode with this amazing cast. Actually, I can just pull you over here. Haha. We got 100 bits from Hawkeye, who's amazing, who says, the time has come. Will the antagonist secure the remaining crew, or do Val and Sue have other plans? Also, we have got 100 bits from Vulpus, who says, happy birthday, Ari. B-Day! So these were
Thank
special
you.
birthday bits. And we got a $50 tip from Josh Me and Art. By the way, if you do not know Josh Me and Art has did the art for Starforged Ironsworn, which is the game that I run the Crash Jones stories in. Also did this amazing poster, Crash Jones poster, which is in Quint's bedroom, as a matter of fact, which is exciting. Although I think I don't know whether or not they moved it because the professor's in there right now. And also, in case you don't know, if you really want to get Starforged Ironsworn, which is amazing, right now Sundered Isles, which is being kickstarted, which is the Pirates of the Seas version of Starforged Ironsworn.
Also Josh's art.
Also Josh's art, amazing. And if you want to get like, because the cards are like, you can like do wet erase or dry erase on them and mark them. So it's very, very cool. So that is out there. You should go look it up on the Kickstarter. And so thank you for that. It's so good. And then we got our last 100 bits from Will and TW, who also gave us our episode's title, Distress Calls. Absolutely. With thanks all, so much fun, and also fun, and that scene. So thank you. And I will say, thank you for watching us on the YouTube, everybody hanging out with us. I'm Trooper SJP. You can find me next. Today is what? Friday? The next RPG I'm going to be in the next streaming type of thing is going to be Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Central at Vancouver by Night. I'm going to be in a chat with Dr. Emily Friedman with Vancouver by Night, talking about the state of actual plays in the moment. And then on Monday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, you can find me at Wandering DM's channel for the season finale of Montreal by Night. And then next Friday, here, 7 p.m., we will not be doing The Gamblers. Instead, we'll be doing a one-shot of Daggerheart with not all of this crew, but quite a bit of this crew. So come and see that. And I'm going to give my love. Lindy, you have. I think it's the terribly filthy limericks before we go live is one of the one of the reasons why I love you very much. Absolutely. There's like a general love I'm gonna have to give to all of you. So there's that one. I'm gonna give like a little teeny one, then big one. I want to give Cord. Oh man, Severance is awkward around people. Probably because Severance grew up in a radiated space without a whole bunch of people around, and there's this sort of awkwardness about interacting with people that is beautiful. And seeing that awkwardness, like he really likes his privacy, and seeing that awkwardness with Wesley was great because it was so Severance, but in this like Severance doesn't quite. Man, I'm just thinking about Severance and the Harlock and the ways in which they have a hard time communicating their feelings with each other, and that also happens with Wesley. Like there's this kind of Severance has such a heart, but cannot express it. Yeah. And that it was just so beautiful. And yeah, it was beautiful. And then Rocket. I know exactly what Dead-Eyed Dave is going to be like when he wakes up. He's going to be dead-eyed. There'll be nothing there. You know what I mean? Like his body wakes up, but there'll be nobody home. Right? And
just trying to give him
lobotomized Larry.
bring him fully into his nickname.
Yeah. And it was that moment where like I love actions, right? But I also love the little detail that lets you know a bit more. And when you said, yeah, the Harlock is just not bothered by the flaying, right? Like that is this really important character moment. But but it wasn't just that you were not bothered, it's that you were tired almost. You know what I mean? Like, and that kind of that being a bit numb to it, but also knowing and also being a bit tired of it. Like that was this beautiful moment. Like each one of you does these amazing characterizations, and also like you know how we have our soul money spy who doesn't care, but who's like, I see, I'll take care of this. Like these little moments where each person takes care of the other in a way without necessarily saying it, but knows what they need to do to take care of the other person, and then they do it. That's brilliant. And Ari. Also, by the way, Greg singing with Sue.
Oh yeah.
Also, so much great intimidation. Love it. So good, so good. Ari, I have known you for like 7 years now, a little over 7 years, about 7 years. And I have known you, I got to meet you the same time I got to meet Rocket, together in Night Witches. And there are people out there who are like, oh man, the TTRPG space is so terrible, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, maybe you should hang out with the people that I hang out with, because the people I hang out with are such kind, generous, wonderful, sensitive, thoughtful, talented, amazing people that I never feel that way about the TTRPG space. And one of the reasons why I never feel bad about the TTRPG space is because I know you, Ari. You are amazing. You are such a decent human being. And I love that about you. And I'm honored to know you, and I'm honored to play with you. And I knew today, I was like, oh, I hope you can make it today, because also I know it's your birthday and I want to embarrass you in public, but also because I knew that this moment, whether or not you killed that crew or not, whether or not you broadcast like that we got those pirates or not, you would be very important to that moment. And I wanted to know how you and Val and you and Rocket, right, how you and every single character would sort of deal with this issue. And I was not disappointed. It is a joy to see how giving you are with everybody else, and how you are part of a team and you help make this team even better. And also, I'm really glad to know that your crew is alive and kidnapped, because that will definitely not come back up again. Or will it?
I don't believe you.
Yeah, no, I was lying. It's definitely going to come up again.
Good.
Yes, and
That's my
that
present.
said,
I'm coming back.
oh yeah, but also I know that we're going to have to go back to a bunch of places that Severance has been doing crime in the past, and so I know that's coming too. So I'm really excited for all of those things.
Me or the Prime? Is it Prime crime?
Does
Or is
it
it my
matter?
crime? It's probably no. It's just one's an excuse.
Yeah.
One's a
So,
scapegoat.
scapegoat, we'll find out. And, that said, I wanted to say, I wanted to give love, and I was just really happy to sort of talk about how long it takes to loot things today because I have a feeling that this crew is going to get some serious pirating on coming up in the future, and I want to give them all the tools for it. And by pirating, I mean privateering.
Smuggling.
But all
Thank you.
they're building the lore, they're building the reputation, they're building the stories, and I cannot wait to see where they go. My friends, take care of yourselves, give love, and big shout out to Will and TW, our special sponsor. So much appreciation. I want to say thanks to every single Patreon, everybody who gives tips and bits. You help make this show work and happen, and we will see you all on the flip side, everybody. Take care.